Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Township Council meeting for Tuesday, April the 4th, 2023. And I'll call this meeting to order at 12:35 p.m. And we'll start off with the territorial land acknowledgement. Before our meeting gets underway, I would like to formally recognize the traditional keepers of this land and specifically our neighbors of the Alderville First Nation with a formal territorial acknowledgement. We respectfully acknowledge that the Township of Alma-Culdeman is located on the Mississaugan-Ashanindick territory and is the traditional territory of the Mississaugan-Ashanindick. The Township of Alma-Culdeman respectfully acknowledges that the Mississaugan Nation are the collective stewards and caretakers of these lands and waters in perpetuity, and that they continue to maintain this responsibility to ensure their health and the integrity for generations to come. Moving on to item 3, and we're going to take a moment of silence for all of our fallen soldiers, citizens, and in particular the people that are working or fighting in Ukraine and Russia. Thank you. Item 4, disclosure of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof. Seeing none, we'll note that. Approval of the agenda as circulated. Be resolved that the agenda for the regular council session of Tuesday, April 4th, 2023 be approved as circulated. Mover and seconder. Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Further discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. This afternoon, we have a presentation by Todd Farrell, who is the County Natural Heritage Manager, and he's going to talk to us a little bit about the Hemlock Woolly Adelidge, which is similar to the Ashbrook or Ash Boar, somewhat similar to that. So Todd, are you on?
I am. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. You've got the floor. Go ahead, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. I have in the agenda package, there was 2 fact sheets. I can share them on my screen, or if who's ever running the computer can share them on yours. First, before I go into the biology, I'll just tell you a little bit about it. So it was first discovered in 2013 in Etobicoke and Niagara. And then in 2019, it was discovered in Niagara again, around the Wainfleet area. And that area is regulated, and I'll talk about that in a second. In 2022, it was found in Grafton. And then a couple of weeks ago, it was found in Hamilton, a large population around the Royal Botanical Gardens. So it is an insect species. It's invasive. It attacks hemlock. The fact sheets, one from the Ontario Woodlot Association, and then the other one is from the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. So the Canadian Food Inspection Agency is the regulatory body. That's who goes out and monitors. That's who assesses populations. That's who you report to if you see hemlocks and with an issue. So just sharing screen. So what it is it's called Hemlock Woolly Aldegid, and it's an insect species that will suck the juices out of a hemlock. And within less than 4 years, the hemlock will die. So hemlock is a component, it's a conifer species, it's a component of the forests in Northumberland County. And what it, as I said, what it does is it sucks the plant juices out. It is like, unlike other insect species, it goes dormant in the summer. So the best time to see it is around now, March to May, and you look for white cotton balls at the base of the needles. So the white cotton ball is the egg sac, and that's the young. And what happens is the top of the tree will start to die off. It'll progressively go down, and you'll see at the base of every single needle, and that's important, where the infection is, because other species like spiders will produce kind of a whitish thing, but not necessarily on the base of every single needle. And that is shown in both of the fact sheets there. So the Grafton area has not been regulated yet by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. So in Niagara, the regulation pertains to an exclusion zone where you can't move wood out. That has not been done in the Grafton area. They're waiting on ministerial orders for that. But it's a general thing to you shouldn't be moving wood, because it can attach to that wood. It can also come in on insects. It can come in on birds. The egg sacs. It can move. People can move it around if they visit an infected area and go to another area where hemlock is. And currently, it's in the US. They do various treatments in the US. Some of them are spraying the base of the tree. Some of them are saturating the soil with a chemical, and some of them are drilling into a tree. The spray seems to be the most effective, but it is not currently licensed in Ontario. And again, it's recommended not to move the wood. It's recommended not to put a bird feeder in a hemlock tree, because if your hemlocks are infected, the birds getting the food or having a nest there, they can move it to another area. So those are things you should also look at if you're buying hemlock trees from a nursery. That white cottony sac at the base of every needle is what to look for. And if you do see it, there's a lot of information on the internet, but the regulatory body is the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. So they have forms to fill out if you find it, and I have provided the fact sheet. It's www.inspection.gc.ca, and there's that fact sheet and more detailed information about the species. But I wanted to give you an overview of what it is. It's, as I said, a new population was discovered weeks ago in Hamilton, and there is from last year a population noted at Grafton. That was all I had. I can answer questions if there's any on hemlock woolly Adelia.
Thank you, Todd. Very interesting, and it's hitting pretty close to home. Members of council have any questions? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Todd, can you give us a location in Grafton where this was found?
I'm not, the government hasn't given the exact location. They've noted it's just east of Grafton. That's what's on their website. So I think it's very close and east of Grafton, south of the 401. That's as much as has been relayed by the Canadian Food Inspection Agency.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other further questions? Thank you, Todd. I'll just get a mover and a seconder for your report. Moved by Mary Catherine, seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. All in favor? The motion's carried. Thanks again, Todd. Good presentation. Well, Mary Catherine, you have something?
I'm wondering if we could put these information sheets up on our on the website and or Facebook, just letting people know that this is of concern to look for it.
Yep, that's a good idea.
Yep, we can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on. Approval of the minutes. And we have the minutes of the budget session of February 2nd and a special council session minutes of March 7th, 2023. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, second by Councillor Booth. Any questions or issues on those minutes? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. I do have one business arising from the minutes, and that was the March 7th minutes. And if we talked about the Parks and Master Plan review, but we haven't scheduled a date yet for that. And I'm wondering if that would be better to wait till after the strategic plan, which I know we're going to address later on in the report. So I think it probably would be better to hold off on that till then. Anybody else have any thoughts or comments?
To you, Mayor Logo, makes sense to do that.
Thank you. Okay, next we have fire report 9-1. Council report from Dave Dawson, Fire Chief, dated April 4th. And there are 2 or 3 of them here, Dave. So the first one involves the annual report. So I wonder if you'd like to make any comments, if you're there.
I don't have any comments for you really pertaining to the report, other than this is an annual report from the fire department, identifying everything that we look after and do. It gives you some detail as to what we've been doing in the last year, as well as where we are headed into the immediate future.
Okay. Can I get a mover and a second for the report? Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Any questions? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Logo. Chief Dawson, I know I did speak to you about this. It's on page 32 of the agenda package. And it's your wording of notice to reader, your confidentiality clause.
Yes.
I do wonder about your wording, because this confidential, if you're wanting to keep the document confidential, it has been published in a public agenda.
No
so I
problem.
just wondered
And
about your thoughts with your wording there.
thank you. No problem with that. I'm happy to change the wording on it. What I meant by it was the point of my last line, that this document is meant to be understood through a presentation from the fire chief to council. And that this was delivered to council for them to review. That this document was not to be just presented by anybody or just anybody in the context of what that presentation might be. Posting it is great, but all questions directed back to the fire department. So if you would like the wording changed, I'm happy to make a revision.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through your Mayor Logo, I just wondering about moving forward, what we should do here about this clause.
I'm happy to reword it for you. No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Anybody else? Oh, go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor Logo. Dave, I've got a number of stuff here that I want to ask questions for. So I asked council to be patient for a few minutes, and I may not go through all of them. I'd really like to come and sit down with you and go through my my notes with you. But I want to start with the mission statement, and I'll explain why. So in the mission statement, it says, so, add after the emergency services that our municipality can, what our municipality can afford. Because it seems like an open statement of, you know, we're, I think with the small municipality in our budget that we have, the open statement kind of makes it look like it's a never-ending battle of dollars kind of going through the fire department. The other thing is, there's another spot there where you want to meet our goals, and it says for the so after the word providing, add fire prevention. And that's just my thoughts on the mission statement.
So, Councillor Ainsworth, can you point out where it says about the dollar or about what we can afford?
Well, it says, so where it says, it is the mission of the Alma Calderman Fire Rescue to provide the best possible fire and emergency services.
Correct.
So I'm saying behind that, I would like to see, you know, what the municipality can afford. It seems like it's an open-ended sentence.
Okay, so just
And-
so that you are aware, the mission statement was taken directly from the ENR bylaw.
Yeah.
And so if there was to be any change to the statement, it would need to go through a bylaw revision.
Okay. We can talk about that. The Alma, so the next one is the Alma Calderman ENR bylaw. So explain the emergency response to the water emergency. And the other part is, can we rely on the OPP in Trenton Air Force Base for stuff like this?
So through you, Mayor, Councillor Ainsworth, you had another question before that was to do with the fire prevention and public education
Oh, yes.
section. What was that again?
Well, it was where we strive to meet our goals by, I wanted to, and that was in the mission statement. So hang on, I'll go back here. So it says, after providing, add fire prevention. So where it says we strive to meet these goals by providing information and education to all citizens. I just thought if we, you know, if we strive to meet these goals by providing fire prevention information.
So again, that would be a revision of the bylaw because that's where that comes from. And the information and education to all citizens is taken directly from the FPPA.
Yeah.
That is our main objective as a fire department, as a council, as a municipality. But I guess I could add for you here is that in our master fire plan and our community risk assessment, there will more than likely be recommendations made to council for any specific type changes that you're identifying. That
Yep.
will be going to RFP this year at some point.
Okay. So the part where you have the Almac ENR bylaw.
Yes.
So I just wanted more clarification on that. So the emergency response to the water.
Yes.
So was that because it's I mean, we have the one boat, and I just wondered what our responsibility is and how much that responsibility is.
With respect to the ENR bylaw?
Yeah.
So the ENR bylaw identifies that we provide water rescue. We provide public assistance. We assist other agencies. And then there's a specific line there that emergency response to water-related emergencies will be ice and water rescue and ice and water search and rescue and limited to safe travel and environmental conditions. So we are limited to the travel that we can provide right now based on the vessel that we have by water. And if it is ice conditions, that would be by foot.
Okay,
That is also something that will be identified in your master fire plan and your community risk assessment,
Yeah.
along with likely recommendations as to either to provide the service or to not provide the service.
If I could interrupt, Mike, I think you've got some very specific questions, and I think probably you should, along with the council coordinator, Mary Catherine, maybe get together with Chief Dawson and ask her some of them questions, because just by the sound of it, this could be taking quite a while.
well, it would, but I think there's some questions that just need to be clarified, and maybe, you know, and council should understand where I'm coming from with them all.
Well, I think
and-
that we can do that if you put out your list and then get the answers and then distribute that to council, if you would, please.
Okay, well, then what the closing part that I would say of this is that as a municipality, we bring in X amount of dollars. And not just the fire department, but the public works, they take up pretty much all our tax levy. So I would, you know, ask for the council here to maybe entertain, put together a flyer, an information flyer like we get here at council, and start sending it out to the municipalities, because we're probably all in the same boat. It's you know, we're all small, we're all looking for money, we're doing our budget. The grants are falling off or getting less and less. And we need to start looking at where's places to tighten our belts up. And I guess that's what I'm saying here is with Dave, if we can look at places to tighten our belt on the fire department along, you know, that we could you know, try to save some dollars there. And I know you have the NFPA, Dave, that you have to go by, but it's like, you know, do you ever feel like if you're trying to run your own household and you got somebody else telling you where you're spending your money, it seems like one day we're going to be sitting on the ditch. So, you know, I would like us to look for ways in the fire departments to try to save money on the budget, and maybe, you know, put that kind of stuff in your report, and, you know, where we could work together to do that. And if we could put together a flyer to send out and get feedback from other municipalities if they're having the same issue, and maybe that we could go to the NFPA or the fire marshal's office and say, hey, like, enough's enough. You're pushing all these things on, you know, turning over fire trucks every 20 years, and they might only have 10, 12, 15,000 kilometers on them. Changing tires that might only have 5,000 kilometers on, that's going to cost you thousands and thousands of
I
dollars.
think, Mike, we understand what you're saying, and you've had your 5 minutes, which is what we're allowed. So
Yeah.
I'm going to cut you off, but I agree with a lot of the stuff you're saying. Anybody else? Mary Catherine?
Through you, Mayor Lobo. First of all, I see you start with fire prevention and public education, and I see that through the permits, we've cut down on the number of outdoor fire calls. In fact, they're half. Now, I know small numbers can be misleading, but that looks like we're moving in the right direction, and that the increased inspections are working and are a benefit. So thank you for doing that. And I'm just going to push a little bit more on the timeline for doing the community risk assessment and the master fire plan, because I'd like to see that sooner rather than later. It's going to give us information, not just for fire, but for the community in general.
Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, through your mayor. Thank you for those statements as well. So the idea of the annual report, when we talk about the fire department or any department within our municipality, it's trying to put everything into one report for you so that you know where everything is coming from. We have many different areas that we go to versus bylaw, FPPA, NFPA, and so on. So it's just trying to put everything there so that it is all in front of you in one document so that you know where to reach from. I certainly hear Councillor Ainsworth statements based on trying to save money. And that's exactly what the community risk assessment and the master fire plan is going to do. It's going to give you a full evaluation of your municipality. It's going to compare it to probably very, very similar municipalities within the province. and then it's going to make recommendations. And those recommendations are up to council to either accept or turn down, and then it's the fire chief responsibility to make that stuff happen for you. So it is going to work. We have been working with Pat to come up with fulfill our tenders and RFPs for the budget that was passed by council. And as soon as we have that stuff done, we'll be able to go to market. But I have to tell you that it's a process and it will take some time. And even when it comes to accepting the RFP and the company that will do this report for us and information, it's still going to take some time. You're looking at many months for this to happen. So we'll do the best we can for you.
Dave, how much support do you have to supply that consultant, I guess is probably the right word? Do they just take your information and then they plug it in, or do they do all the investigating themselves?
They do all the investigating. They do it all. They interview us a lot. They work hand in hand with the fire chief. It's quite an involved process.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there was roughly $50,000 in the budget for 2023 to look after that. Will that cover the entire cost, or do you expect some cost for 2024 as well?
It was 65 that we had put in
65?
for, and I
Okay.
do believe it will cover the entire cost.
Okay,
Coburg's
you.
came back at 72.
thank you. I do have a couple comments regarding the report too. On page 35, the blockage of private roads. I know I don't think there's an awful lot you can do about that, but we should be making sure that our residents or people are aware that on a private road, if the road's blocked somehow or another and the fire truck can't get there, that's not, well, I guess it's our responsibility to do the best we can, but if the road's blocked, you're going to have very big difficulty doing that. So I don't know how you inform people of that, but I guess through education, I guess is the only way you can do that.
Yes, that is correct. So there's a big liability reason why that's in your ENR bylaw. Because we cover so many cottage roads, because there are so many private roads, we may have a road that's washed out that we can't get down. There's many different reasons why our access would be impeded to an emergency. Those become part of our notes that we write down when we are responding to emergencies and documenting things. But that was also another reason why identifying that our apparatus is getting just a little bit too large, and we need to work on keeping things smaller, usable, efficient, and accessible.
Thank you. One other comment, or on page 38, you have a big circle showing all the different, and I think there was about 302 different types of calls that you're making. The total
That was
of
last
300.
year.
Pardon me?
That was 2022.
Yes. And it was interesting that I think in going in order of occurrences, vehicles, medical, public hazards, alarm calls, and fire was down at the bottom of those top 5, and I think there was 20 of them. My question to you is, I don't know what you mean by alarm calls, open air burn, bylaw infractions, and complaints, and complaints and public hazards. And I don't expect you to have to explain them all or nothing like that, but I'm sure there is they mean different things. Is that correct? Or is these standards?
Yeah, that is correct. And I can give you the Coles notes.
Okay.
So our alarm calls would be somebody that has an alarm in their home and their alarm went off and we responded, but there was no actual fire.
Okay.
Open air burning complaints, that's somewhat self-explanatory. No loss outdoor fires, that would be grass fires, and/or fires associated with outdoor burning. As Councillor O'Neill identified, the number is down for no loss outdoor fires, and that is largely related to the limiting of the size of fire that people are allowed to have so that they don't get out of control, and also the follow-up on inspections. And the follow-up, if there is an outdoor burning complaint and or a fire that gets out of control, that there's follow-up to it. The public hazards would be associated with assisting EMS or OPP. And a public hazard could be like your hydro wires down, which we do get quite a lot in our storm seasons. And then obviously vehicle collisions seem to drive the number one reason why and what we respond to.
The, some of those, and I'm gonna pick on, the alarm calls. I don't know what our procedure is, but I know for when police receive, alarm calls, if they get more than, and I don't, somebody can maybe correct me, but I believe if they get more than one at a property in a year, they pay a fee of enough to cover the police for being there. And I don't know whether it's $100 or 125. Can we do that?
So Mayor, we already do. So we have, we use a law of 3. If we will respond to 3 times to an alarms call,
Okay.
and if we respond to a 4th, then you're charged based on our remuneration bylaw.
Okay. And my final question is of the 302, would they all be trucks, big trucks, or would that include like, for example, someone complaining about the smell of the burn or whatever, the open air burns? Would that be just done with a pickup and yourself or your
Yes.
assistant, or? So
Those
that's
ones
not
are-
necessarily.
I could give you a run report of what apparatus moves the most,
Okay.
least, how many times, etc. If that was something that you wanted.
Be interesting. Yep, it would be. Anybody else have any questions or comments on 9-1? Oh, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Logo. I did speak to Chief Dawson about fire, what the status of a road is before a fire can't reach the fire. And so I was just wondering, when we're looking at our short-term rental bylaw, because a call I got yesterday from a resident, it's on a private road, a narrow road, fire attended, but there's not enough room for them to back out. So I'm just wondering, when we are doing the licensing for SDRs, if this isn't something that we should be incorporating into the license of the facility. If fire can't reach them, then the homeowner should know that, and whether they notify it themselves on their insurance policy. But I think it's worth noting when we're doing these licensings.
I'm sure it'll come up in your discussions.
Well, it wasn't until I seen that sentence.
Mike, you have one more comment?
Yeah, through Mayor Lovell. So I would like to make a motion that we, as council and staff, put together a letter that we can send out to other municipalities and asking them to, support us in putting together a proposal that we can put to the fire marshal's office to give small municipalities a bit of a break on some of the rules when it comes to replacing vehicles and equipment stuff. If it's still running good, we should be able to use it.
My understanding, and Chief, you might correct me if I'm wrong, but the education and the training, isn't it? Prevention, pardon me, education and prevention those are laws that we have to follow. And fire suppression is ones that are recommended, and we do the best we can. Is that a kind of a summary, Dave?
That is correct. Council sets the level of service that is provided by the fire department. So if you wanted to change the level of service that we do now, that is something that council has the power to do. If you change the level of service, my responsibility comes to, I have to update all of our taxpayers that their service level has changed based on council's vote. And that's something that we would do through our clerk,
Through who?
through Pat.
Oh, our clerk, okay.
Yes, sorry.
I'm, so I'm not so sure it's level of service we're talking about. It's the, you know, getting rid of a pumper that's got 10,000 kilometers on it because it's 20 years old. If it's still running good and working good, those are the things that I would like to see changed or eased up on.
I think, Mike, if I could, I think Dave's addressing that more in his next report, which is the fire department apparatus health report.
No, he's addressing the status of where they all are and how they're working
Yes,
for repairs and stuff. But what I'm saying is that I believe every municipality's probably got the same problem. You know, it's $1 million issue for every municipality, the fire departments, and we're being pushed into spending money on something that we probably don't need to sometimes because of the NFPA, right? So if we could, as a municipality throughout Ontario, you know, push back on the fire marshal's office and say, you know, enough's enough. You're telling us to throw away good vehicles.
well,
That's my concern.
yeah, I understand.
So I just wondered if we could put it together in a letter and just kind of start that snowball rolling and get support from other municipalities to push back.
Yep. Well, we need a motion then.
Yes, so that was my motion.
Point of order, I think we have a different motion on the floor first.
Okay.
Okay.
Hasn't been seconded yet. It's been moved by Councillor Ainsworth to put a letter to other municipalities. With a proposal to the fire marshal for small municipalities to get a break at replacing vehicles if they're still running well.
Okay, that's the motion is on the floor now.
We don't have a seconder for that.
Okay.
motion, just to move.
And I would say vehicles and equipment.
Need a seconder for that? Seconded by, pardon me, I'm sorry, Councilor O'Neill. Go ahead, Councilor O'Neill.
I'm wondering if we could amend that slightly, Councillor Ainsworth, to say that we look into it first at our municipality and get together what we want to say and then move beyond after we've already had a chance to get that clear what we want to say.
Yep, absolutely.
Is that okay?
So you're okay with that amendment?
Yeah, no, I think
Friendly
it's
amendment?
that's exactly what I'd like to see happen is let's
Okay.
put together something as a group and we're happy with it, then we can send it out.
Okay. Troy?
Through your, yeah, well, the fire chief, he could speak to his peers and bring that information back just to see if other municipalities are having the same issues that that we are having or we assume we're having. So let our fire chief do his due diligence, speak to his peers. He has meetings with other chiefs and he can gather some information and bring it back to council.
Thank you, Troy.
Mayor Logan.
Yes, go ahead.
If I may, Chief Dawson, Councillor Ainsworth mentions about replacing fire vehicles when they have 10 or 12,000 kilometers. Is that a case that you look at when you are looking at replacing a vehicle? Or do you look at the standard that it is at the time? Do you look at the welds on the joints? Do you look at what do you look at when you say, are you looking at that it has 10 or 12,000 kilometers, or are you looking at the whole truck and saying this can't be fixed, we can't get parts for that? I just wonder what the process is when you're looking at replacing a vehicle.
Thank you. So it's a combination of a lot of different things. MTO safety, whether or not the vehicle will safety without a lot of repair. Following the NFPA standards as considered to be best practice. And then also we have our pump certification, whether or not the apparatus passes pump certification. And then we have a lot of different changes, rules and regulations with respect to, can firefighters ride in the box anymore? Can they ride seated sideways? Do they have to have seat belts? Do our seats have SCBA containment with them so that they will support an air pack when you sit in them. There are other rules that come into effect, like having to have everything secured inside the cab. Firefighters used to be able to wear their helmets inside the cab. They can no longer do that. They used to be able to carry their helmets inside the cab. They can no longer do that. Making sure that all of our compartments are fitted, all the equipment is mounted and secured. There's a lot of things that get thrown at the chiefs all the time. Does it seem like a big mouthful to keep up to? Yeah, for sure. I can understand where that comes from. There comes a point where trying to keep up with the service as opposed to getting too far behind. When we get too far behind, then it becomes too big of a mouthful to catch up, for sure. In the apparatus health report that is coming before you next, it identifies fairly thoroughly where all of our apparatus sits. And even with an apparatus having low kilometers, there's other things. I'll use 490 as an example. 490, the bushings and the springs that can hold the springs in the rear rotted out of it, and that's just simply by age. Really has nothing to do with the amount of kilometers that have been driven. Tires are listed at 7-year replacement. That's based on safety standards and best practices. The NFPA takes into account the fire service in all of North America and goes through quite a review panel before it makes the recommendations. And the recommendations are made based on averages. So that's where that stuff comes from. Again, all I can do is put the information before you and give you the right of choice. So
Thank you, Chief Dawson. That certainly makes sense.
I'm going to call for a vote. All in favor of the friendly amendment, which was, Pat, can you remind me what that was? Okay. All in favor? Carried. Okay, we're moving on to 9.2, which is the fire department apparatus health report. Dave, do you have any comments?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. This report was put together for you as identified in the foreword with Captain Kevin Serreris as our emergency vehicle technician. He is certified with the NFPA to be the emergency vehicle technician. And I believe he's at his level 5, which is fairly significant. The reason this report was put together was due to the questions asked during our apparatus procurement, identifying what do we follow, how thorough do we look at our vehicles, what kind of reports do we follow, and or keep. So this is something that has been an ongoing work effort, probably for the last 1.5 years. And so we were able to gather all of our information and put it together for you. I have been made aware this morning that there are still some grammatical errors and perhaps some punctuation. And the only line I left out of the whole report was asking if you understood. So I'll leave that for subject of discretion. But it's to give you an overall look into where your apparatus is at. And we go back to these documents all the time. So it's considered to be like benchmarking.
Thank you. Questions or comments? I appreciate you doing all of that because I think it's absolutely and very important that we do that in order to, as Mike has maybe been saying, is to increase the life of the equipment. And if you're going to look after the equipment and do regular inspections, et cetera, that can be very helpful. The only thing that doesn't do so much for is tires. I know that you're absolutely right. 7 years on a tire is, the manufacturers would suggest that is the basically the limit. So I'm curious, what is a tire like that worth? Any idea?
For a large apparatus?
Yes.
You'll spend between $400 and $500 a tire.
Okay. So to tire it all is probably in the $5,000, $7,000 range.
It's expensive, yes.
Yep. But if you can get another couple of years out of a truck, then that's, in my opinion, that's reasonable. But I do think that the community, risk assessment is going to be, very helpful in determining where we are, what we need. And I look forward to seeing that. I do have one question on truck 481. This one's that it's about 10 years old. And it's my understanding that it's not capable of producing the pressure that you need. And I would request that if you could take a look at that and see what could be done to pick that up to the pressures that is required. Because I'm sure it can be done, but like everything else, it could cost a fair buck. But if you could look at that, I'd appreciate it. Any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor Booth.
Through you, your worship, to the chief. Dave, first of all, this report is excellent. I really enjoyed looking it over because it really detailed everything. It was like, you know, you're sitting at home going through your automobiles or whatever and what exactly has been done and what needs to be done and stuff like that. So thank you for that detailed report. We've been looking for something like that, and we're finally getting that, which is great. I guess I have one question, and maybe I missed it, I'm not sure, but truck 499 and truck 494, which are the pickup trucks, is the kilometers listed in the report somewhere? I don't see the kilometers for those pickup trucks.
The kilometers on truck 499 is 174,000.
Okay.
That vehicle is a 2014.
Yeah.
And truck 494 is 138, and that is to 2017. And
Okay,
during
ahead.
during the budget, you had asked for the 2014 to be replaced before the 17.
Yeah. And I'm just looking at that now and wondering, I'm sure you've put some thought into it, but I know in past places where I have worked, if they were replacing, say, the 499, which is the 174,000, would we not maybe look at taking the chief's truck 493 or 494 and giving that to, you know what I mean? It sort of moves down instead, because what's happening to both of them? Are they going to be sold off on gov deals, or are we keeping some of them? Or maybe Troy can answer that.
Through you, your worship, it was approved at council that the 2014 would move down into our Parks and Recreation Department. And then as a 4-wheel drive truck, and then we will put the 2-wheel drive truck in parks on gov deals.
Okay, and then what happens to 494 then? Excuse me, next year that gets replaced.
That is correct. So it'll be up to the chief. If the chief is going to move that 2017 down to a deputy chief's truck and then he gets to do it. Yeah, I'm not sure his process there.
Okay, as long as you're thinking about that, I'm sure, chief, that you are. I mean, we have somebody that does a lot of bylaw services for you and fire. So maybe the 494, if it's only got 138,000 on it, and next year maybe it's got 150, that truck's a 217 might still be valuable to keep for somebody that's not using it on a daily basis. But I'm sure you're looking at that, Dave. So thank you again for the detailed report.
Go ahead, Mayor Catherine.
Through you, Mayor Logal. Chief Dawson, please pass along our thanks to Kevin Serreris. It is good to see that you're making use of the skills of other people in your department. So that's appreciated. Thank you.
Welcome.
Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor Lovell. So I just wondered what Fund 10 and Fund 20 means.
Do you have a page reference? Is it in the report?
I don't at this point, Dave, but you mentioned that money will come from Fund 10 or Fund 20.
I'm not recalling that. I apologize.
Yeah, I'd have to look back through it.
Mike,
Too.
I have a question if you want to look.
Yeah.
Dave, real quickly, I was noticing in the 2023 budget, we have budgeted about $120,000 to fix the roof at Station 1. And that was based on, we were going to pay for that based on a grant. And I'm wondering if that grant is gonna come through and where we sit on that.
The amount for station one was 85 that, or
Okay.
sorry, 100 that we had put in for the roof. But we have not gone to tender or RFP yet for that. So I don't have a price for you. We did a ballpark figure of what it may cost. But we still need to go through the process to identify that. And then there was two different conversations, and I am not sure where it ended up settling, but the one conversation was seeing if we could have or find a grant to cover that cost. But then the other conversation that it switched to was the sale of the old fire hall, the orange building in Roseneath, and using that money to cover the cost. Troy, I'm not sure if that's a question for Nicole or what, but
Well, good part, I understand, Nicole's coming back next week, so it's probably a good question to ask her.
Yes,
Go ahead, Troy.
I'll leave that for the treasurer, but we did find out what you were probably talking, Fund 1010 is operating and Fund 20 is capital. So I don't know if that's.
Yep.
That's probably it. So
Okay.
I'd like to thank Aaron for providing that answer.
That's what she's there for. Any other questions or comments regarding this report? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Just quickly, through your logo, through discussions with Chief Dawson this morning, I was explaining to him that I'm not a firefighter, and reading this had given me insight into the trucks, certain equipment that is needed. So I find this document that he has prepared and produced here very good, and maybe this is something that we should be looking at in our other departments. It makes it easier for us to know what truck people are talking about when they're referencing a truck. So going forward, I like to see other departments using this.
Good idea.
Thank you.
Yes, it was a very good report, Dave. Thank you. Further questions? Did we get a mover in a second for this? Okay, can I get a mover and a seconder for report number 9.2, Fire Department Apparatus Health Report? Moved by Mary Catherine, seconded by Councilor Ainsworth. Any further discussions? All in favor? That motion's carried. Next, we have 9.3, which is council report from Dave Dawson, Fire Chief, dated April 4th regarding new firefighter recruits. Dave, do you have any comments?
so this is an ongoing effort to try to get our staffing numbers up to a reasonable level. And I just wanted to identify that even though we go through a hiring process, the number that we end up settling out at isn't always the number that we start with. So where we had selected 12 new hires last fall, that upon being successful of the A&H fire recruit program, that's not the NFPA certification, that we completed with 8, and that we have brought them on, and that our complement remains at 48, and that we are continuing to get to that point of 20 firefighters per station. The number of firefighters volunteer part-time, again, that we've identified and talked about as an estimated figure, those numbers will also be identified in your master fire plan, your staffing levels. So we're continuing to evolve and have enough people, and a lot of the fire departments within our county and certainly across the province are having some great struggles and difficulties with maintaining a part-time volunteer department because of the certification standards, the requirements, and also how busy we are getting. 300 and some odd calls is not an easy feat to maintain on a part-time staffing level. So we're trying to do the very best we can, and that means that recruiting becomes almost a yearly effort just to keep enough staff on board.
Thank you, Dave. Mover and seconder, moved by Councilor Ainsworth, seconded by Councilor Booth. Any questions? Go ahead, Councilor Ainsworth.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Logo. So Dave, on those numbers, do we involve the Oliveville First Nation residents, or is that just our own?
So through the application process, yes, we are an equal opportunity employer.
No, but like as far as the numbers per, so you want 6 firefighters per 44 residents. So does that involve the the word I'm looking for, the
population.
population of the Almac First Nations?
So I'm confused then, if I may. So I'm not too sure on the 6 and 44. What are you referring
Well,
to?
And what you're saying is we need 6 firefighters per 44 residents.
Okay, so the NFPA standard under 1720, which is the document for part-time volunteer fire departments to follow, it is 6 firefighters in 14 minutes. That's based on the population density of approximately 500 residents or so many residents per certain amount of square miles. That is for the Alnwick-Haldeman Township. I do not believe that includes the Alderville First Nations community, because the numbers that come from census obviously probably exclude First Nation numbers. Those are likely calculated separately.
That's correct, they would be.
So should
But
we be adding those numbers? I mean, we are their fire department, right?
We are their fire department, but I don't believe adding their numbers would put us into a different category. We don't want to increase the population to the point where we're having to provide 10 firefighters in 10 minutes, which is the higher population density requirement. We want to, yeah. So but it definitely becomes part of the conversation when renegotiating the fire services contract with Alderville First Nations.
It certainly does, and I'm glad you brought it up that way. And if I could, Mike, just one more, I thought you were going at something altogether different. I thought you were trying to be an equal employer and make sure we had enough
we should be that too, but-
Alderville on there. And just so the chief's aware of it, we have in the past went and approached Alderville to encourage them to partake in it. And we can do that when we meet with them again and just make sure that they know that they are welcome.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Through you, your worship, to the chief. Dave, so we hired 12, 8 were successful. What happens to the other 4? Do we keep trying to train them, and
they're
because
gone.
obviously we've invested some money in them, right?
They're gone.
They're not just cast aside, right?
They're gone.
Oh, they are?
They either quit or, well, they all pretty well quit, or they found it too difficult. Some had interference from their full-time place of employment. It varying, but no, they're gone. And no, we do not have any money invested in them. So when they start the training, okay, so they are paid at the very base level to start the training once they're accepted. But we do not invest a lot of money in gear, etc., that can't be used other places for them. Before somebody gets a full set of gear, and we invest a lot of money in them, they have showed promise. They've showed a vested interest in the fire department and the community, and they've achieved their NFPA certifications. As far as protecting a firefighter, that falls under health and safety, and based on their certifications, they're allowed to do certain aspects of the job versus not. So it's constantly a revolving door. If you look at a blender and throw a whole bunch of fruit in it and turn it on.
Okay, good. I think it explains it. So out of the 8 that were successful, it could have been because 4 of them dropped out, or eventually they thought it's not for them. I was just thinking it was like they go for a final exam or something and only 8 passed, and it was like, what do we do with the other 4? But that explains it. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Further questions? Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Logal. Chief Dawson, is your vetting process up to snuff when, sorry for that, or up to par, maybe let me retract that. when you're getting 4 that did not complete it, I'm just wondering about your vetting process when you bring on the new firefighters or potential firefighters.
So our vetting process includes an application. It includes an interview, and it includes testing. So there is a 55 question test that has to be written. And then our successful candidates are chosen from that based on marks, based on what they receive, based on where they live. All of those things are part of that. As far as our recruitment process goes, I'm quite confident that will be reviewed in the master fire plan. And if at any time anybody would like to go through what we do, more than happy to provide that information.
Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor of the motion? That's carried. Next, we go on to 9.4, and this is Ontario Fire College burner. And it's again with Dave. Any or questions or comments from, or pardon me, comments, Dave?
Yeah, so this was made by way of an application to the Ontario Fire College through the Ontario Fire Marshal's office. This trailer, the MLFTU, if you look it up, you can Google it and see what it is all about. This provides the essential training for firefighters to conduct interior fire attack. This is so that they can get a great first hands-on experience about what it's like to feel heat, to watch what the pre-signs of flashover are. And it's a guided learning experience by 2 instructors that are supplied by the OFC, the Ontario Fire College. And then this will also be shared amongst our Northumberland County partners. So we received this trailer from August 23rd to the 27th. It includes the instructors. I have made application or request to Jennifer Current to see if through planning that the old baseball diamond in Centerton is zoned appropriately for this endeavor. The trailer uses propane and or natural gas as flame so that it is a lot more safe with respect to cancers received in the fire service. So it's a great effort, and we're the only fire department to receive it this year in Northumberland County. So it was a big win, and I just wanted to share that news with you.
Thank you, Chief. Mover and seconder, moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. Any questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor Booth.
Through you, your worship, to the chief. So Dave, it's only going to just be for the 4 days then, right? The Wednesday to the Sunday, I think, or is
It's
it
5 days. Yeah, Wednesday through Sunday. Yeah.
Okay. No, great. I think this is excellent. It really shows promise for that we're leading the way with this. So kudos again. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to say the same as Councillor Booth. I think it's great, and if we can get all of the 7 departments in the county there, the more power to it. I did hear some comments when we took the fire marshal training. I don't know if anybody else caught it, but there were some complaints that the truck was, or pardon me, the trailer wasn't available when people needed it, or I missed out, my fire hall missed out and that type of stuff. So I'm really happy to hear that you got it, and encourage you to, would people be able to watch that too, Chief, or no?
Yep, there will be there will be a hot zone and a cold zone. And you'll be able to certainly come and watch what's going on from the outside. There has been the odd time where we have suited a counselor or somebody up that wants to experience what it's like as an education piece. And that's something that we could certainly do. Just a fair warning that it's a lot hotter than a sauna. It might have benefits for some.
Well, are you not pointing at me, are you?
I did not.
Okay,
I
good.
keep my hands down while I'm
Troy's
on
taking
camera.
it for me. Councillor O'Neill.
this is kind of 9-3 and I'm piggybacking on yours. I believe the new recruits, there's going to be an event. I know we're recognizing them because they've been successful in their completion, but is there not a recognition event coming up as well?
So we have been talking about and putting together an event at the fire department to recognize awards from the Ontario Fire Service that have not been recognized since 2018. However, that's just been at the fire department level. I still have to have a meeting with our esteemed CAO to let him know and to talk about this before I come back to council with a report. I just leave that there. I will be coming back to you in the proper order, and we will definitely discuss it. You should see that the beginning of next month.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Booth.
Through your worship again to Dave. Dave, so this event at Centerton, how many people are we talking about? Hundreds of people there, possibly?
For what event, sorry?
For the Centerton, the fire college burn. And if there's
So
people watching.
you would likely see two pieces of apparatus. One from our department, one from another department, or two from a different department. It would not be hundreds of people. We would operate likely in crews of 4 or 8 and rotate through.
Okay, I'm just thinking if it's an opportunity for some local eateries or things like that, when you have, you know, people coming from out of town and they're looking for lunch or dinner or something, that the Lass and Ladle or the Grafton Inn or somebody be informed. Scenery Drive Restaurant, yeah, another one that possibly maybe Jen Steen can get involved, and you know, somebody's always looking for some good food when they're out there. So just a
Definitely.
thought.
Definitely. Thank you.
Okay, oh, Mike, you got one more?
Yeah, so Dave and for council here too, and maybe our CAO. So that pumper tanker 472, all those repairs or add-ons that you had to do that probably should have been done when we bought the vehicle. Is there nothing that we can fall back on? I know you went to them and they've said, you know, tough luck. But is there nothing else that we can do as far as council or the municipality to recoup those costs?
So I'll address it this way. When you look at the suggested repairs, there are some there under each vehicle that are definitely required. There's others that need to come up to today's standard based on when we have money available. The repairs listed does not mean that the chief is going to go out and blow all kinds of extra dollars just to bring the apparatus up to where the today's level is. It means that we're identifying what needs to be done or should be done. And we did not put any money into the budget to do all of the repairs that are listed in 2023. So based on a needs assessment and how things are working, we may come back next year and say, okay, we've identified that these types of repairs or upgrades need to be completed. With respect to pump 472, I did address this when I first arrived and before the truck was delivered. And one of the things that we are legally bound to is follow our RFP process. So when we go to tender, or we go to market, and if our specification requirement of an apparatus is 1 page, we're obligated to stick to that because the supplier provided the apparatus that we listed. If we go to market with a 278-page document that identifies all of the requirements under NFPA that a truck needs to meet for today's 2023 standard and lists that in there, then the apparatus will meet that requirement. So when we go back to the apparatuses, it is extremely important that we are very thorough when we go and put together an RFP or a tender to procure an apparatus. That in itself answers your question, sir.
Yep. Okay. I'm sure Councillor O'Neill is going to be coming to you about our Canada Day parade.
No
Get you boys
problem.
ready.
Okie
I'd love to
dokie.
do it.
Yep.
All in favor? Dave, you've been there for a while. You did a great job. Thank you very much. And all that data is pleasing to read, and people like Greg really love it. So, but we
May
got to
I-
move on. Go ahead, Dave.
Just in closing, I know it wasn't on the agenda, but it just happened on Sunday night. I would just like to make formal notice that Matthew and Brittany Dingman's home unfortunately caught on fire on Sunday evening. The fire originated in the garage. We have concluded our investigation today. And we have met with the insurance investigator for them to do their own investigation. Our investigation concluded that it started in the southwest corner of the garage and spread up through the attic and into the home. Firefighters, with their great response, were able to stop the fire, thus saving all of their important valuables inside the home. There was a little bit of extension that got into the attic space and the one bedroom upstairs. Unfortunately, the home sustained a lot of water and smoke damage, but that happens when you are attacking a very aggressive fire. It was difficult and took several hours. We were there from about 7:11 p.m. through till about 3 a.m. Because of balloon frame construction homes, the fire can get into many different nooks and crannies and spaces, and it becomes very difficult to chase and to ensure that we are extinguishing it without a rekindle. Matt and Brittany have 2 children. Both children are living, I believe, at the current time with Brittany's parents. They will meet with their insurance company tomorrow and restoration company to have a further look at the home. But both Matt and Brittany are fully insured and are well taken care of. We met with them today to gather some witness statements and just to go over things with them, and things are looking very good. So all in all, things worked out extremely well. The fire department received the call at 19:03 p.m. Our first truck responded at 19:05:32, I believe. And then our first truck was on scene right around 19:11. Our response time was about 11 minutes and 41 seconds. So it was a great save and a great work and a great effort. We saw a response of over 30 personnel, and the professionalism, the way that they delivered the service was exceptional. So I'm very proud.
And you should be, because I think you've got a real good team and they're well led, and we thank you for all you and all the efforts of your team, and we wish Brittany and Matt all the best, and if we can help them, we'd be happy to do that too.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Okay, we're going to move on to number 10, and number 10 involves the building and planning department. I'm not sure if Daryl, are you with us still? I'm sure you are. But your report.
I am here.
Council report number from Daryl Hall, planning assistant, CBMBO, MEBO, planning assistant dated April 4th regarding the building permit summary. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, and good afternoon, council, and through you, your worship. Yeah, this is my monthly building summary report. As you'll see, there's 17 building permits that have been issued, 25 in the process. Now, out of those 25, there could be some that are ready to go. We're just waiting on the fee payment from the owners or the applicant. So those ones are get out the door once our fee and our signatures come back. Yeah, and then the rest of it just talks about the monthly breakdown and which permits are issued at this time. So if anybody has any questions, I can certainly answer them on that report.
I get a mover and a seconder for Daryl's report. Moved by Councillor Ainsworth, seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Any questions? Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Logo. So Daryl, a couple questions. So when we're going through, and I'm thinking about impact, so we've had a couple of conversations about impact and their part in all this. So do we, what do we do to get the final, for the owner or the contractor to come and get the final inspection? When you say that, is that up to their onuses to come from each project of the to call you?
Correct. So, through your worship, when we send out our building permit, there is a part of our software system has a form on it that we sign and they sign as well, which gives a list of the required inspections, what's comes out of the building code and the Building Code Act that gives the required inspections for each project. So there's a list, and there's different inspections to deal with different projects. So it is the onus of either the applicant, I'll say the applicant, because it's not the homeowner all the time, it's or the construction manager all the time, but it is the onus of them to phone for those required inspections. I can tell you if some projects get a little bit long in the tooth, for lack of better words, we do follow up and do pay some site visits when we can if we're out around that area to see where they are at those times. So as far as the impact, and I know with the concerns, I think the next report I have provides you a little information on how the building permits get to impact.
Okay, good, thanks. Just a couple other quick ones here. So, do you find the final inspection is like, that you have are they coming to you on a timely basis? Or do we hold a retainer that if they don't come for final inspection, they don't get the retainer back?
At this time, no, we don't hold a retainer for that. We do have if we're dealing with a new dwelling, we have a deposit that comes in for an entrance permit, and they do not get the deposit back until they have occupancy on that dwelling. So that's when, when we're dealing with new houses, they have up to a certain amount of time to ask for their entrance deposit back after they have they've got their required occupancy. And in the building code, I'll be honest with you, the building code only ever relies you to get an occupancy permit anyways. There's never any final. Your final is judged on your building bylaw.
Okay. When you in the report there where you talk about the permits and how many are out there, can you put addresses on those to where they are? It'd be nice when we're out driving around and we see a building off in the woods, whether it actually has a permit or not.
So we have I think, to put addresses on reports, there's a little bit of names and freedom of information. I will look into that, see if I can add that. But we do also have a spreadsheet in here that we can print off, and if people, sometimes we get concerns from ratepayers and citizens, and that is public information, and they're welcome to come in and look at the spreadsheet at the front of the desk. So we can keep a spreadsheet, when we issue the permit, where the address is, and all the information for them to look at there.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mary Catherine.
Just to follow up with Councillor Ainsworth there, is there a responsibility for anyone to post? I know you're supposed to have a permit and it's supposed to be posted, but does that have to be posted in a visible area is my question.
Under the building code, yes, it does. We have,
Okay.
Our software system provides a card that goes out with the permit, and that card is to be posted on site.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Logal. Daryl, I noticed the decline in the permits so far for this year. Do you have can you look in your crystal ball? Is this something that you expect to continue, the decline in the building permits for the year?
I certainly hope not, as everybody else doesn't, probably hope not as well. Yeah, there has been a little bit of a decline. We do have quite a few that's reviewing, so it all depends on when the applicant comes in and picks up the permit. we have a subdivision that kind of got cleaned up last year that helped out with a lot of permits there. Again, I think building permits and stuff rely on what the economy does. So if the economy's running hard, then you're going to see lots of building permits. But there obviously is a decline when the economy's not going that strong. So.
Thank you. Pat, there's one thing that's come up here. Maybe you could give us a hand. There was one report, which was Daryl's first report, and then people are jumping onto the second one and back and forth. And because I can't really tell them what number it is, because the two of them don't relate on here and on here. Is there anything we could do for that?
We're on report number 10.1.
Yes.
Yeah.
But not Mike jumped on to 10.2 and was commenting on, and then
Yeah,
Mary
I was
Catherine
too.
followed that, and then Joan come back to 10.1. And it's I can read it off here, but I can't, people can't think where I am at. I'm just wondering if there's some way or another we could put this information on those reports. I'm asking, I don't know. Even if you wrote it on. Well, you can't write it on because this is,
Well, I guess we could just, through you, Mayor Lobo, we just follow the agenda.
well,
Thank
that's what
you.
we're trying to do.
I do understand what you're saying though, John, because it's if it had points on it, it's easy to go back in to find what we have in our own notes,
Yeah.
but these reports don't have any points on them.
And actually, I'm just saying that I have some trouble too, because when I try to do my notes, I don't have this with me. And then I gotta go back and forth to find out where they are on the agenda. I don't know if you can do anything, but if you can think about it, and I would help, it would be appreciated. Okay, so we've got 10.1 on the floor. Any further questions? All in favor? Motion's carried. Now we're gonna go to 10.2, which is the report regarding the building permit process. And I think Daryl, I think we understand what you're saying, but if anybody else has any questions, we'll get to them soon. Got you a mover in a second for 10.2. Moved by Councillor Booth, seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. Any further questions or comments? All in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you, Daryl. We made,
Thank you.
oh, yes.
Through your, Mayor Lobo. I know I did send a email earlier on this, Daryl. And I do know that there will be a bylaw report coming up in the closed session. But is there anything that you can provide in this meeting? Because we have nothing from the bylaw department. Does that mean there has not been any complaints or compliments, or has there been no movement in the bylaw department in the last month?
Through you, your worship, I believe that's on my report for closed session.
Okay, we'll wait till we get to closed session. Mary Catherine?
To follow up on that through you, Mayor Logo, would it be possible in the future, not necessarily today, but in the future, to get a table that's showing the bylaw complaints that are coming forward in the way that it's showing us the number of single dwelling or residential additions, but where it's the noise bylaw or the FTR bylaw or dogs, animal control. If those things are coming, just the numbers each month and maybe some indication of how many are cleared and how many are in process.
Go ahead. Deputy Mayor?
Through you, Mayor Lobo. I'm not looking at to get specific addresses. I'm looking at a generalized report, because members of the public looking at this would not even know that a bylaw report should be coming forward. So it's generalization that I'm looking for. I'm not looking for anything specific, because I do understand the other part of the in camera that we have to follow.
I guess I was thinking about this too, and maybe Troy, you can give me, I believe all of the the complaints and the compliments come in on one system.
That's correct.
And I guess my question is, would it be better to have all departments address that in their reports? Or are we better to have one report listing bylaw and the next one roads and the next one? And
Through you, your worship. So what we could do with staff and I'll speak with them, we will have a universal chart that each department can use sort of the same chart. So it's the same way. So you get comfortable with that exact chart for every department. So it'd be something similar to the way our bylaw building official does, the permit chart. We'll create a chart that states, what complaint or compliment and date and whether it's been followed up or whatever. And we'll do the same, obviously, for public works and parks and stuff. So we'll create a universal chart that each department can use.
perfect, I think. Mary Catherine?
Just a point of order. Do we need to direct you to do that for staff, or how does that work at this point, just for?
Go ahead, Pat.
Clerk Kemp?
Yes.
Okay.
I
I would like to make a motion that we direct our CAO to work with his staff to create a recording template for compliments and concerns.
Seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. Further discussion? All in favor? That's carried. Have we finished with, yes, we have finished. Okay,
John,
Daryl. Yes,
just one thing through you, Mayor. Like in your report here, Daryl, should we not have had, like, I know some of the stuff is in closed meetings for the bylaw, but is there anything that could be on this report for the public?
Through you, your worship, I can certainly provide that with council, as we mentioned there, if they'd like a chart done. Once those complaints and compliments, not too many compliments, I will add that, but more like complaints come in. It does get into our, Alex puts it in our software system and it goes to our bylaw officer and myself. And so we do have all them numbers down. So if it's a chart thing that we can provide to council for a detailed report prior to going into closed with the locations and stuff, I can certainly have that ready for next month for you.
I'm not sure if we're asking for that, Daryl. I think we wanted very simple, just the numbers. Yeah, we don't need to get into unless we have specific questions, we'll have to come back and ask you that, but we don't.
No, I'm just saying our numbers are in the software system of what each complaint is, so we can put that fairly quickly in a chart for you.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like there should be some stuff we can bring here and show the public what's going on when it comes to complaints.
Yep.
In the bylaw.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Through your Mayor Local, I think Mr. CAO has a good grasp on what we're asking, so I'm sure that for the May meeting that we should be able to have something for us to look at.
Through you, Mayor. Yes, we'll get Public Works as well to do the same chart. So first of next month.
Perfect. Okay, Brian, you're still there. I see you. Thank you, Daryl. We're going to move on to 11.
you.
Which is Public Works. And our first one is 11-1. Council report from Brian McMillan regarding Works, Parks and Recreational dated April 4th. And the first one is our Public Works. So go ahead, please.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Logo, members of council. You have before you my monthly report that I bring to council. Again, it describes the Public Works Department, and update is on the previous month's work as well as planned stuff in the future. So I'd be happy to answer any questions council may have.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Mayor Logo.
I guess we got to get mover and a seconder first. Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Booth, seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
It's just through your Mayor Logo. While you're starting to speak, Brian, I see that you're not coming over very clear. So I just wondered if you can stay close to the mic or make sure you've got a clear signal. I just am listening very intently.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Booth?
I got my face closer.
Through you, your worship, to Brian and maybe the other counselors. I know, Brian, on this report, it says staff would like council to consider either June the 3rd or the 17th for the Public Works Facility open house. I'm suggesting probably the 17th because I believe the 3rd, there was talk about fire awards or something in the late afternoon, which would make it a really busy day. So maybe the 17th, if the other counselors and the mayor are good with the 17th.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I'm fine with the 17th. The 10th that council talked before just didn't work for staff. So I was through a couple dates out that two choices. So is council fine with the one that Councilor Booth is recommending?
I have some concerns only because we've got something planned on the 3rd, the 17th, the 25th of June, and I think if we take Tuesday on all at once, we're gonna be first of all pooped by council, and then because this is all a lot of work for council, but I just pull that out for comments. Go ahead, Mary Catherine.
I was just gonna note that combining June 3rd, the two events on the same day would be my preference.
That would be what I would suggest as well.
Can you be ready by the 17th, Brian, or
The 3rd.
pardon me, the 3rd? I'm sorry.
Well, as long
Yes,
as you,
the 3rd works for us.
as long as you consult with the fire chief,
Sorry?
because if Brian's thing is going to 2 and the fire chief's thing's at 1, then we're gonna
Just back
get
it
into a conflict.
Back it up.
Yeah, I think you got lots of time.
Yeah, we can.
If you could let us know as soon as you talk to the chief, and I guess Troy will be involved in that decision too, or discussion, but I think by the sound of it, council is ready for the 3rd.
Yeah, through you, your mayor,
Yes,
if that's what council wants, is both events on the one day. Brian will work with Dave and come up with the appropriate times and stuff. So yeah, it's very easy to do. If that's what council wants, both on one day, it will happen.
I guess and I'm a little bit concerned about the public. Will the public will not necessarily be going to the fire awards. But I'd hate to have some people not go because they're tied up and can't make it to both of them. But I'm fine with it either way. So put that in your pipe and do whatever. Go ahead.
And one other question. Thank you, Brian. I see here that you started the process for the lights on Aird Street, which is great. I can get back to the taxpayer. Do you know, is a timeline sort of this summer it would be done, you think? Can I get back and tell them that, or I'm not sure? Or does this mean like it's a year from now when you're dealing with hydro?
Go ahead, Brian.
Through you, Mayor Logo. Yes, Councilor Booth, I believe it would be late summer, early fall, but it will be completed this year. The application to Hydro One's already been sent in, and we've already spoke to our contractor that would, once the permit for the pole, being able to go on the poles with the arms and all that stuff, we'd be able to do that as soon as we got the permit back. So I would think late summer, early fall at the latest, but yeah, it would be done in 2023.
Okay, great. Thank you. And you probably know this already, Brian, but there is, and Troy, I think you know, there is money. I think there's $5,000 that was left in that account that, excuse me, should hopefully be able to pay for that. Because basically they were looking for 2 lights at the end of the street or something. I guess when they did the lighting there, they didn't go down to the end. So it's kind of dark down there.
Yes, through you. Yes, Nicole, our treasurer, is quite aware of everything as well. And Brian, I know, is working with our treasurer.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Okay, Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, just to touch on that. Yeah, there's roughly 6 poles from Hardin Road there up to Lyle Street. So it's in most cases in Grath and other municipalities, you go every other pole. So there'd be 3 poles I think we're applying for, or 3 lights that would go on the poles, and then the last pole at the end of the poles would have the light on as well. So it'll be 3 lights.
Go ahead, Councillor Ainsworth.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Logo. So, Brian, a couple questions here. So that Black Cat, do we have a schedule for it? The one that we have?
Go ahead, Brian.
The,
Go
the
ahead.
one we currently have, we have to update. Oh, sorry, can you hear me? Through you, Mayor Logo, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yep, okay. The current Black Cat we have, they don't have it yet well, they do have it, but they haven't been instructed to update it. It needs updating. And then we have to purchase the second one. So that hasn't taken place yet, but it will in the next month.
I think you're
Okay.
scheduled for a meeting, aren't you? With the supplier? Go ahead.
That's through you, Mayor Logo. That's for the other, like the Black Cats is a different thing than the flashing speed. That's a different,
Okay.
different speed enforcement or different instruments, I guess.
Okay.
A couple
you.
more, you're on.
Yep.
So just kind of driving around all the time now that I'm on council, I'm always looking at stuff. So I know you did some of the culverts and stuff, but I see a lot of culverts that are like half covered. I wonder if those are being looked at, maybe to get them before they get fully plugged. And I can't give you areas, but I just mean that's just throughout the municipality everywhere that I see them. And I do appreciate the ones that you've gone and cleaned out because, our thaw, again, it doesn't look like some people got flooded out like they have in the past, so that's great. The Gordy Prentice thing, are we doing anything for Gordy? For his retirement? I think that's the only job he's ever had.
Go ahead, Brian.
Through your Mayor Logo. Yes, as far as staff, we'll be doing something. I believe the CAO maybe want to speak to that as well, I believe.
ahead.
Through you, Mayor. Yes, I have spoken with Gordy when he submitted his retirement, and he will be in front of council for his recognition, and we will make sure he goes out with the glory and the recognition that he definitely deserves. He told me he just completed his 42nd winter, so that's quite an achievement. So,
Yeah.
That is-
So Brian, the last thing is there's nothing on your financial impact. But I look at the contractors that you've hired to remove the trees and to replace the signs and then the street lights in Aird Street. I just kind of wondered if because I don't think that was kind of part of the budget. So that would be a final impact, and I wonder if you had numbers on that.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yes, through you, Mayor Logo. And to answer your question, Councilor, they all are part of the operational budget. And all those activities in there you talked about, the brushing, are all budget items. So that's, most of the time, most of the financial impact, there isn't anything department update because they're all budget items. So all the stuff is accounted for in our budget.
Okay.
Good.
Some of the roads that you got, I noticed you got Bowman to
Oh, can we finish this one, then we'll go on to the next one?
Okay.
It's a different report.
Different report. Anybody else have any other comments? Go ahead.
Look, I'm not sure what report I had someone speak to me about the train tracks at Wicklow going over the road, like the crossing there. Is that in this report?
Yes, that would be probably in this report.
Okay, it was can't think of the name of Thomas Road. Are you aware of that train track crossing there needing repair? To you, Mayor Logal, to Ryan.
Brian, go ahead.
The actual between the tracks itself, you mean like the actual track work, Deputy Mayor?
No, I mean the crossing that cars would go over.
I'll comment on that, Brian. I don't think we're allowed to touch anything within 6 or 8 feet or 10 feet. I'm not sure of the crossing.
But would it not be Mr. McMillan's job or position to notify CNCP if that track crossing is not up to standard?
You can ask them.
There we go.
Brian,
Go ahead, Brian.
Up to their standard, yeah, anyways, I'll have a conversation with, they're pretty diligent on their standards, but I'll take a look at it myself and give them a call for sure.
Thanks, Brian. Go ahead.
And one more through you, Mayor Logal. Again, I hope I'm in the right section. And I did speak about the signage for cars parking on Aird Street. Is this something you're aware of that we should be looking at? Possibly no parking signs on, I think, the east side of Aird Street? Because what's happening is when there is some kind of a fair or something, or something happening at one of the buildings in the village or the hamlet, people park there and it's getting that there's not getting that much room for cars to get by.
Go
So
ahead,
I'd just
Brian.
like you to look at that, please.
Yep,
Go
through
ahead.
your Mayor Logo. Yes, Deputy Mayor Stover, we could definitely look at that. That's, and I did hear something about this, so if that's a concern that council's heard from people or they've seen, I did in other municipalities, but we could pass a bylaw to have parking on one side of the road all the time or alternate sides, or anyways, I can definitely take a look at that and bring something back to you.
I think that's the important thing, to take a look at it and then see what your recommendation is. Mary Catherine?
In fairness to our public works manager, I think we need to be directing people to use the concerns and compliments form. I'm pleased to see how many people are actually using it and using it for both concerns and compliments. But I think this way he has something in writing that's in front of him, and that would be helpful.
And there was an email that was produced as well for this.
I tend to agree with you, Mary Catherine. And sometimes when I get a complaint, I just fill one out because I can fill it out just as fast as phone them. And but I think you're right. If we get more people doing it, become comfortable, it'll be better for everyone. I was going to mention that too. I do have this is a little bit off the subject, but I thought you might find it interesting, Brian. I was talking to someone from county council actually yesterday, and they had talked to the University of Guelph. And they're saying climate change is here now in Northumberland County, and it's going to get worse. But they don't expect water and that type of stuff. They expect wind will be the challenge for this area, and it'll be 90 to 100 kilometer-hour winds for 4 or 5 days in a row, rather than. And I've seen it get a lot windier too. So I thought that was maybe of some interest. Any other further comments? All in favor of the report? Thank you, Brian. We'll move on to your second report, which is capital work projects for 2023. Go ahead, Brian, if you want to lead us through it.
Yes, yes, through you, Mayor Logal, and yes, council, this is the 2023 proposed projects with our $825,000 capital budget. So it's broken out into a few different parts. I tried to detail a little bit of the actual work that is proposed for each one of these roads or different roads and stuff. So again, it is broken out pretty good, I believe, but if you got any questions, I gladly answer them for you or try to.
I have one question or comment. I'm wondering, Brian, just a little bit, something a little bit different, but are there more than one supplier for doing this type of work? And I guess I've got
Through you, Mayor Logal. So
what I'm talking about is the chip and tar and chip. Go ahead.
yes, through you, Mayor Logal. So all the surface treatment in this report is going to be done by the county staff that does the majority of the township. So this is all the surface treatment will be done by the county staff. That we do get a pretty good rate per liter or kilogram per emulsion for that. So this is all for the county, the surface treatment part of it.
Okay, and my
If that
question
answers your question.
well, kind of, but I'm just wondering if we wanted to do, a half a kilometer, a quarter of a kilometer, could we have someone else take a look at it and for quality and I guess price purposes. Go ahead.
We can, and we have, we do have used outside contractors for work previous, but the price is higher, the outside contractors versus the county doing the surface treatment.
Okay,
But just as far as, workload, the county surface treatment can only do so many kilometers for the county itself and all the municipalities. So when they get to a limit, we look to the outside contractors to help out as well. But we do get more kilometers of surface treated roads done with the county than versus outside contractors.
okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Go ahead, Mary Catherine.
Through you. One thing I would like to see in the report, just so it's clear in my own mind. So the roads are selected based on our previous road study that ends this year, is that correct?
Yes and no. It is a guide. Again, the last three Mayor Logo, sorry. Mary Catherine is that but the last road study was done in 2016. Again, it is a working document. We are gonna that is in the budget to do one this year again. But it is a working document. Some roads don't last as long as they should. But it is a guide. We do use it. But in consultation with my the foreman, the lead hand, and staff, we go along and look at as well the roads that are taking, more patching to do on it, that we're, spending staff hours doing the coal patch, things like that as well too. So it is a combination of the roads need study, but as well as some roads not lasting as long as they should have back in the day or when they were done.
Mary Catherine?
Thank you, and that's probably longer than usual just because of COVID, the break between them, so the next one will be a little bit, but I think it would be helpful just to include either in consultation or legislative authority risk consideration somewhere that we do have a reference document, and noting that it is out of date is probably fine, but
Go ahead, Roy.
Through your worship, our asset management plan will definitely help out with all that when it comes to budget time.
Be nice.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Trevor.
Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor Logo. Brian, a good report. You guys, along with Dave Dawson there, you guys are getting really good at getting the reports better. And it actually opens up our minds a lot more of what's going on in the maybe clarify things. So Bowmanton Road, it's probably the worst one that I see in the municipality, but you don't, the Bowmanton Road north of County Road 9 has a bad spot in it, and I see a couple of big pylons there. Is that going to be fixed up or patched up here soon?
Through you, Mayor Logo, I believe Councilor Ains, were you talking about the section between County Road 9 and County Road 45?
Yep.
Yeah, that is gonna be padded, that spot when we do it. I just didn't list it in our capital projects, but yeah, that spot's been breaking up for the last couple of years, so it will be fixed as well, but more of just an operational part of our operational budget.
A couple of more roads I have questions on, and maybe they won't get hard top this year, obviously, because they're not on the list, but maybe get prepared for next year is Skyview and Driver's Rest Road. Just any clarification on those two?
Well, I think.
Yes, through you, Mayor Logo, yeah, both of those are on the Public Works radar. Skyview, for sure. We'd like to hard top as early as next year, but it needs the same legwork done on it that we did on Boyle Road. I know council's been up that before and probably heard the complaints from residents up there, but Boyle Road off of County Road 23 up about 300 meters there. Last fall, we dug out the clay, put some 3-inch minus in there, some filter cloth as well. And we're seeing the benefits of that this spring. If you were to talk to residents up there this year, that road did not break up and go all punky and wash out stuff. So that's good. So that means that Boyle Road, for example, will hardtop that this year, which is in the report. And I'd be looking to do the same thing, or staff would be looking to do the same thing with Skyview. At some point, but not this year, but next year. And then driver's rest, we are planning on doing some ditching and that this year, this fall. And that would be looking at a capital project for 2024 for driver's rest. And I've actually followed up with 2 residents on that as well.
Yeah, I don't know if you should be commenting on too much for 2024 until we get neat study done.
Anyways, thanks, Brian. That's good. It was a good report. I just wanna ask maybe staff
Okay.
if our manager shouldn't be coming to council and sitting here with us instead of on video.
Go ahead, Troy.
Yeah, through you. If that's a council request, we used to do it pre-COVID, so yeah, we can do it now. So it's just, sometimes it's more convenient so they can get off the screen and get to work. But yeah, if you want council or staff to all staff, senior managers, yeah, it's council decision. Sure.
Yeah, well, I think we gotta think about it too,
Sure.
because we
Yeah.
don't have the space that we did before neither, because, well, I know before we used to line them up all the way down there and, some of them were here for 4 or 5 hours in the day, and that's not good use of their time, in my opinion. But as far as coming and getting rid of being on the screen, and then too, if it's handier for some people, I certainly don't have any problem, but if it's handier for some people to, like Brian, because we gotta really stay on time there. I guess that's the only concern, but I don't have any problem with it. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
I concur with, through you, Mayor Logo, with what Councillor Ainsworth is asking. I find it is easier to have the person sitting here as well. We get to know the managers as well. And maybe what we could do is look at the managers that are coming in, and the ones that take up the most time maybe could be scheduled at the end.
Well, we can certainly take a look at it, Troy.
Thank you.
Any further comments? All in favor of this report? We don't have a mover in a second. Thank you.
But we're all in favor.
This is for
Get it on 11-2.
the capital works projects. Mover to seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Ainsworth, seconded by Councillor Booth. Any more questions? All in favor? Motion's carried. Next is 11-3. This is the John and Jean are here for it, probably. It says McGuire on it. So Brian, you have a report for Bradley Hollow Road allowance?
Yes, through you, Mayor Logo. Yes, this is for an extension. For McGuire's there on Bradley Hollow. Again, that's off County Road 22, approximately feet there, sorry. Yeah, I think there's roughly 400 feet there in there, but yeah, I'll answer any questions to the report on that.
Thank you. Shall I get a mover in a second for this report? Moved by Councillor O'Neill, second by Councillor Booth. Any questions? Councillor Booth?
I guess this has to do with the couple right here, right?
Yes.
I'm just wondering in the future, if when we're doing these reports, if we have somebody that's here, if we can put them, instead of having them painstakingly sit here for an hour and a half and listen to all our complaints about all the other reports, if we could maybe look at having them at the start of the reports. I'm sure they didn't, you might have enjoyed sitting talking to the fire chief and everything and going through, but I'm just trying to make things maybe a little bit easier in the future. And I know that's hard, Pat, because we don't know who shows up or whatever, but or maybe it's on council. We should look at it if people do come, that maybe we could make a motion that they go to the top of the agenda in the reports.
Go ahead.
So yes, we can make an effort that if we are aware that someone would be coming, because we also have to let the department head know if we're going to change the order of the report, because they may not be, they know they're further down, they may not be ready. So you can look at that. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
I think what you can do is you know, if they're gonna be, if you think it's gonna be at 3 o'clock, tell them to be here at 2:30, but we should stick to the agenda as best we can. Because if we don't, then we're jumping all over the place. And really, I'm not supposed to change the agenda until we get approval.
Well, the other issue, Brian's been here the whole meeting too,
Yeah.
so really, and if we're asking staff to come anyway, like it used to be when I was on the last council, like you said, Mayor, they would be down here. But I think once they make their presentation, we can send them on their way. Instead of having them, they used to sit there for the whole meeting, and like you said, Troy, they'd be here for 3-4 hours.
Well, they can sit there back in the gallery with the rest of the
Yeah.
people, but that's about, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Any other further questions? Go ahead.
Well, it's, trying to, and I was, through your mayor local, I was out and, spoke with Mr. McGuire on the severance from last week. And he did show me, what he was hoping to do with this, Bradley Hollow Road allowance that they were looking at building. And as I was reading this, it kind of came to my mind, is there, I know when we assume a road, we want to make sure that, you know, there is going to be cost with it going down the road, but is this could they not come right in off is it County Road 22? Could they not come right off County Road 22 rather than going through the road allowance and us having to resume the road?
I
I
don't
guess
know.
I should have asked ahead of time.
Troy might-
I'll let Brian speak on that if he's online. I seen him pop off. Are you back online, Brian?
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. It left me there. I lost signal or something here, so I didn't hear the question, so I'll try to answer it.
The question is, Joan's wondering why they are coming off Bradley Hollow Road instead of County Road 22.
I went through the first, and that was a recommendation from the county that they have to go off of Bradley Hollow Road. I don't know, that's, you know, Troy and Jennifer, I think Jennifer Current was, I'm trying to think back, and that was over, like, well over a year ago, I think, when that started, I believe, but I think they did reach out to the county first, I believe, and they wouldn't allow the entrance to come off at 22.
You are correct. It was a county decision, so which forced us to go on Bradley Hollow, which. that's
Okay,
what-
well, that makes sense. It was just when I was looking at it, I thought to the expense of having the road upgraded and everything, I thought it would be a cheaper way around it, but I see now that that's why it's this way.
And staff did a report to council back in September, so that information was included in that report.
Okay,
Otherwise, you would have known that, yeah, it's the county that had turned it down.
Further questions, or go ahead, Mary Catherine?
I would just like to make a motion that we allow the McGuires to speak in case they do have questions or for us.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Booth. Do you have any questions or comments?
We just basically came back answering questions. Any questions for us? Yeah, Gene and I just came to share our knowledge on the project and why, if any questions, why we want the severance, or Brian's been instrumental in putting it together, and Jennifer. And we did start with the county, and the county pretty well rejected the coming off there. It's not a good spot, and they suggested to work with council on upgrading the road.
Thank you, John. Mary Catherine, you have a question or anything? Anybody else?
Pass it every day almost.
Thank you for coming.
John?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, to the mayor. So there's an existing lot there now, or that's going to be used, or another severance has to be done?
Yes, no, there's an existing lot. So our residence that we live in now is basically a 2.6 hectare acre lot, and the rest is all one severance from the original property, and our son wants to build on that original property, which is the old motocross track.
Okay. What part of the Oak Ridge Marina is that in?
That is countryside.
Countryside.
And that, you know, it's been approved.
Yep.
So
Good stuff.
it's
Okay.
approved.
Okay, thank you, John.
Okay, thank you.
Any
Thanks,
further
John.
questions? All in favor? Carried. Next, we have, we're moving on to 12.
Sorry, Mayor Logal.
Yes.
Sorry, hi. For you, we did make a motion to have the McGuires come to the floor, but we did not read the motion that is here for that agreement.
Okay,
If you wouldn't mind just,
nope, I
Reading
see
that?
it now.
thank you.
Be resolved, the Council of Township of Allen McCalderman approved the request of Eugenia McGuire to upgrade a portion of the road allowance on Bradley Hollow Road, allowance north of County Road 22 to a full township standard acceptable to the manager of Public Works, Parks and Recreation, so an entrance can be developed off Bradley Hollow Road, allowance north of County Road 22 at concession 6, part of lot 17, formerly Haldeman Township, providing all costs are borne by the applicant Eugenia McGuire, and further that the mayor of the clerk of the Township of Allen McCalderman be authorized to execute an agreement between the Township of and Eugenia McGuire for the upgrade of a portion of the road allowance between lot 16 and 17, concession 6, extending approximately 125 meters north of County Road 22 on Bradley Road allowance, and further that once the road is brought up to the township standard satisfactory to the manager of Public Works, Parks and Recreation, that a bylaw be passed to assume this portion of the road into the township road system. Further, that the manager of Public Works, Parks and Recreation report to be received and filed. We've already had a mover and a second.
And it was moved by Councillor O'Neill and seconded by Councillor Cruz.
Are there any further questions? Can there be further questions asked at the bylaw? There's an awful lot of information on the bylaw portion as well.
Did council have questions?
Okay, and my only question was going to be is who looks after making sure that the engineering report is done and then turned over to the township officially?
Brian would be able to answer you on that.
Brian, can you give me a hand on that? Did you catch that?
So I would make sure that through myself and the consultants, both of us involved, that it's up to the township standard, then we'd bring it back to council then and assume the road into the network.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure there was a process in place because you may be aware that we had a problem before. Go ahead, Pat. Long time before you were here.
Bylaw today is to authorize the mayor and the clerk to sign the agreement, to enter into an agreement.
Yes.
The actual bylaw to assume it into the township road system will come at a further date. And after Brian and the consultant confirm that it is up to our standards.
Okay, good. Thank you. All in favor? Motion's carried. Congratulations. Okay, next we have a council report from Jennifer Steen, Parks and Rec and Culture Coordinator, dated April 4th, 2023, regarding Parks and Recreation and Culture update. Jennifer, you're there? There she is. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Yes. Thank you. Through you, local. This report is to provide statistics on parks and rec facilities for the month of February and provide an update on any new initiatives. So if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Go ahead, Mary Catherine.
Do we need to bring it to the floor first before my question? Yep.
Yes, we should.
So I'll make a motion to.
Okay, you got the motion up, moved by Mary Catherine, seconded by Councillor Stover or Deputy Mayor Stover. Go ahead, Mary Catherine.
This is very good information. I like how you're giving that little table that shows the usage of the arena. Ideally, in my mind anyway, we would get something like this for the community centers, but I am wondering if quarterly would be sufficient for other members of council rather than asking for usage statistics for all buildings every month, which seems to me a little onerous, but quarterly, but for all facilities, not just the arena.
You want to comment on that, Jennifer?
Sure, through you, Mayor Logal. There is a table there for the community centers that does account for total hours rented and total programming hours offered, and then a total of total hours used. Is there other information you'd like to see within the community centers?
Yes, the number of users or attendants at some of these programs. So you've broken down for the arena, for example, public skating, shinny, adult hockey. To see something like that, that's showing us for the yoga or the coffee drop-in or pickleball. So we get a sense of what and where we are getting people who's attending what, not just what exists, but what does attendance look at like at those? But as I say, I would prefer that to be a quarterly report to make it less onerous for you.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Anybody else have any questions? Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, it's you, Mayor Logo. Jen, the digital literacy, is that a one-time thing that we're doing for the seniors?
Through you, Mayor Logo. So the digital literacy just started today. It's a four-week module, or 4-week program, different modules each week. So today's was an introduction. So it'll end on April 25th, and it's part of the programming that we did in partnership with the library, with the grant that we received from the provincial government for seniors programming.
Do we have enough social media going on that to get people involved? Or getting it out there as communicated? Because I think this is a good idea. I just would hate to, it'd be great to try to flog this everywhere we can to try to get as many seniors involved.
Yes, through you, Mayor Logo. We have been promoting it, and the library has been promoting it as well. So I haven't touched base with Elaine yet today to see how many attendees there were this morning. But that's why I included it in this report as well. Hopefully we can speak about it and get lots of people aware that this is happening, and hopefully lots of people attend.
Yeah, and the long-term care thing that the paramedics did, is that going to come back, or is that a done?
Through you, Mayor Logo. So there was discussion at the Rec Culture Advisory Committee meeting that we could bring that program from to their centers. So I'm happy to set up to bring it to all community centers, township people to attend and learn about the service.
It was well attended, right?
Just so I'm not sure if you're aware, Mike, and I'm just going to comment on it anyways. This is introducing it, so the public know that they can arrange to have paramedicine people come to your house, and pick up at that service. It's something that's just started in the last the year at the most, and the purpose of it is to take some stress off the hospitals and their emergency wards and that type stuff.
Yeah, no, great idea.
It is a great idea.
Yeah, no, I think what our population is about 46 or 49% seniors. So we should be running some more of these programs to help them out. One last question. So the volunteer appreciation, I wondered if you can explain that. And the National Volunteer Week is in the the home fire safety also is in there. I don't know if that's in with, are you doing something with the fire department on that one?
Yes, through you, Mayor Logal. That one has passed. So that was all of these sessions that are geared towards older adults are part of the seniors grant programming, and the fire department came out, I believe it was Rob, came out and did a presentation for fire safety specifically geared towards older adults. So that one has passed, and these sessions are happening at our drop-in senior socials that happen at each, they happen at Centerton, at Vernonville, and at Alnwick Civic Center, at those community centers. So they come out during those sessions, and there's different programming based on whoever we have coming to speak. The volunteer appreciation, I'm working on an event that would happen during National Volunteer Week, which this year is April 16th to the 22nd.
So what are we doing? That's my question is what are we doing for that to promote it?
Yeah, once details are finalized, I'll make sure that goes to council, and we'll make sure we start promoting it. So details are just being finalized for that event. I realize it's April, so it's coming up shortly. So that'll be done.
Okay.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through your Mayor Logal, on the, to you, Jennifer, on the volunteer program, what do you have in mind for that? I know you're finalizing details, but we don't meet until the middle of that week. So we won't have any information to pass on to our volunteers. So I just wondering, can you just kind of give us a brief overview of what you're planning?
Sure, through you, Mayor Logal. I'll make sure I also email council since it's time sensitive. So as soon as it's finished, I will email council and you can send it out as you see fit. It'll be a drop-in event, just a social drop-in event with light refreshments and some light programming just to show our appreciation for the volunteers within the community. It'll be at a community center during the day, during the week.
Go ahead, Mayor Catherine.
I have two things. One, I have a partial answer to your question, Councillor Ainsworth. So the library is also promoting it, and they have a newsletter that is quite widely sent out to patrons of the library. And they also have an Instagram page. So I did send the stuff about Canada Day and put it on their Instagram page, which they were very nice to help with. So piggybacking. So they actually do have use of a social media that's reaching younger people as well. And this is not the first thing with digital literacy. I know when I was at the library, we did a phone using your phone series at one point, and then they had a drop-in with one-on-one with a fellow who was helping people learn. So this is an ongoing thing from the library over time. And then my other thing is, I guess I need to make a motion to direct about, and I didn't get a sense whether the rest of people thought that quarterly reports, but I would also appreciate that the reports might have some project updates. So I know there's the entrance project underway. I saw an ad that the YMCA is looking for people to work at an after-school program in Roseneath, and was wondering if that's something that you would know and be able to update. So those types of things that are going on, just to keep us informed, because people do call and ask us questions.
Go ahead, Pat. You look like you want to say something.
Well, so we have a motion on the floor to accept the report. If Councillor O'Neill wants to make a separate motion, you can do it after we vote on this motion.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead.
Through your Mayor Logal, with this report, Jennifer, you reference movies in the park. Where is that funded privately? And I didn't see where it was happening in Grafton. Can you answer that?
Sure, through you, Mayor Logal. It's both. We look for sponsorships for that, as well as there's some funding in the Rec and Culture budget for under events for that. I have those tentatively dates there. And I'm just trying to see where Grafton is. Grafton is in there somewhere. I believe it's the last one. Yeah, so tentative for Grafton is July 28th.
Ah, all right. To your Mayor Logal, I was just wondering, is the money, is there any money left from the programming grant that you received, Jennifer?
Through you, Mayor Logal, just for clarification, so the seniors grant
Yes.
programming, yeah,
Yes.
for movies in the park?
No.
No, so that
Seniors grant.
Oh. Oh, okay. So the final report for the seniors grant is due April 28th. So all money will be spent. There won't be any leftover funds.
Further to that, Jennifer, the programs, when I look at the yoga, that has been, there hasn't been a charge. Is there, what are your plans to continue with that? Like the Zumba and ones like that where there is no fee? Will you be continuing on with that through volunteers?
Through you, Mayor Logal. So there was two programs. So there was the chair yoga and guided meditation that we offered 3 free sessions for the seniors grant, as well as Zumba Gold that was offered free. Since those ended, which were early March, we've continued those programs. So the chair yoga and guided meditation is now a registered program that started for the session in March. And Zumba Gold is offered twice a week, 3 times a week, 3 times a week, as a drop-in program. So they're both well attended. So we've just transitioned them from free programming to they're still pretty cost-effective programming for older adults.
Okay, thank you.
Mike?
Through you, Mayor. It seems that every time we you know, we put some events together for the public, or some of these things are coming up, we don't communicate it enough. And I wonder if we could put a subcommittee together to get a procedure together on how we get our public events out, public meetings out to our residents. I really think we do a bad job at that. And we need to get them out there. It's the township website is not good enough. We need to find different ways to get that message out there so our residents know these things are going on, and and it could be well attended. So I don't know if we can use a subcommittee, or I have to make a motion to put an ad hoc committee together, or it could be something off our Parks and Rec and Culture Committee.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. Well, we may touch on that during our strategic plan, which we've often mentioned communication. So when we have our strategic plan meeting, that is a topic that will be brought on the table, and for future betterment of communication, we may be able to, we'll do it then, I would say. So let us first tackle it at strategic plan discussions, and we'll go from there. And from that, maybe the subcommittee or whatever, we can go from there.
Okay.
Any further questions or comments? All in favor? Motion's carried. Now we have another motion coming up. Mary Catherine has a motion.
So I'd like to direct our program coordinator to move to quarterly reports that include the existing information, as well as a breakdown of the programming statistics, similar to what we see for the arena for all community centers, and updates on any projects or grant information that is ongoing.
I'm not sure. I know we've had some challenges with counselors asking for something, and people trying to do the best they can, but they end up not getting what people are really expecting. So if you're asking for that type of stuff, could you show some examples?
Sure. Would you be okay, Jennifer, if I'll look for some and send them on to you, or even some But it's more what we already have, but using that for other areas,
Yeah,
not
you
just
know,
for
ju-
the arena.
Yeah, just so you understand from the arena, and I could be wrong too, but I think that was only a small portion of the arena which he was putting on there. That was the non-rented hours. And by that, I mean, it was the
Program hours, that's what it does. say here.
public skating and that type stuff. So I don't know whether you wouldn't, what you'd want to, maybe that's all you want to include. Maybe that's all you're asking for at the arena or at the other ones.
Yeah,
as well.
I'm looking for similar information, but just for all the facilities, not just the arena.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it would hurt to give her some direction on a little bit more specific.
Do you want
Can we
more
get it?
direction, Jennifer?
Through you, Mayor Logal. No, I think I understand what you're asking for, Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you.
Okay. If it's wrong, we'll remember.
I
Second it.
just, I will second it, but I do need clarification before I pass it.
Okay, go ahead.
Through your Mayor Logal. So are you suggesting that we don't have a report every month, that we just have one quarterly?
Yes, I'm looking at the use of, we have essentially one person trying to run an entire department, and I'm trying to get the most information for us to make governance decisions and requiring the least amount of time for her to prepare reports for us. So that's, I'm trying to look for a balance point between those two things, and I would welcome feedback, Jennifer, on what you feel would be more practical.
Go ahead, Jennifer, you want to comment?
Through you, Mayor Logal. Well, I appreciate that trying to lighten the workload. I think, I don't know, there's benefits to both, right? So the monthly reports, especially if council wants to stay on top of kind of events and things like that that are happening, right? Those could get a bit lost in the shuffle if we move to quarterly. But maybe they could be sent out in another way. So it's really, I'm willing to do either monthly or quarterly, depending on how council would like to move forward.
Mary Catherine?
Could I suggest that things like the other reports that we have here on the rec guide and the fire safety, those things could come forward in communications to us?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Logal, I think, yeah, that could work.
Councillor Booth?
Through you, your worship, I'm in favor of that as long as it's not, obviously the arena one is going to finish now because the ice is out, so that'll stop. But I'd like to see when the arena is back in that be a monthly report. The arena, I don't want that quarterly, which means we're only going to get one report or two for the whole ice season.
Good point. Councillor,
Through you, Mayor Logal. I'm not in favor of quarterly reports. I want to see it every month.
I'm glad we're having this discussion because we should get in it.
I just think we're gonna
Jennifer-
fall down and then we start a snowball rolling. What happened if Public Works wants to do it quarterly?
Well,
So we need to
You know,
report every month. And
yeah,
if we need to get some templates to make it quicker, easier, better, then we need to do that.
well, I agree with, partially what you're saying, and I'm not disagreeing neither. But one thing we are doing is giving Jennifer an awful lot of work. And it bothers me that I got the impression that somebody was suggesting that she go around making sure that everybody, in order to put what's coming on, what her activities are, or could be activities that other people are putting on. She doesn't have time to go out there and check to see who's doing that and what they're doing. They should all be coming directly to Jennifer and not having to go out there and find out what's going on, because that's not productive. If people want to announce or bring their events forward, they should be going to her, not the other way around. Agree?
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, through your Mayor Local to Jennifer, is it onerous, these monthly reports? I mean, I can see what Councillor Ainsworth is saying. Because some of the things are time sensitive, as you say, and the arena reports, that takes a lot of the report there. I don't do your job, Jennifer, so I'm just looking for a little bit of advice there.
Go ahead.
Through
Yes,
you, Mayor.
through you, Mayor Logal.
Just hold on. I got Jennifer, just hold on. I got the boss talking here.
No, I was just gonna suggest maybe that if Jennifer can maybe provide a little more information what council wants on the next agenda, so at the start of the next month. And then we'll ask that question, was this a little too much, or, should it be quarterly? But let her take a go at it and see what it's like. And Jennifer will have to be honest with council. Okay, you know what, this took a long time, maybe a quarterly, report. But when we do the quarterly report, keep in mind that it's going to take a lot longer to report and so on and so forth. So I would let Jennifer, if she's willing to provide a little more information what council wants, and we'll see how it goes, and we can discuss it at the beginning of next month.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Logal. I was just gonna say they are not overly onerous, and I would like to thank other Parks and Rec staff, especially Matt Dickinson, who helps me out with the user numbers. He makes sure that they keep track of them there at the arena and pass those on to me. And other numbers we can easily pull as well from our software system where we manage our program registrations.
Any further questions? All in favor? Motion.
The motion is for quarterly reports.
Yes.
Hang on. So we need to listen to what Troy said.
Yeah, so are we doing quarterly reports, or are we gonna let Jennifer take a run at next month and see how long it takes to provide the information that council has requested? So let her do one more month and we'll go from there.
Mary Catherine?
I was just going to amend that we will receive a report next month, and the discussion of whether it to be monthly or quarterly be part of that report.
Are you okay with that, Joan? I think you seconded.
Yes, yeah, through the amendment, yeah.
Okay, all in favor?
But hang on. I'm still not clear why we're having the motion if we're gonna wait for next month.
Well, that's what her motion was.
Because the original motion was quarterly, so she's just amending it to, like Troy said, she's going to take a stab at it for next month, and then we'll decide next month whether it's quarterly or whether it's every month.
Right. The motion also includes more information about the
Yes.
number of users from the community centers and what projects or grants are being worked on during the month.
So you're still going to get your report next month, no matter what.
More information.
Yeah.
We had a good discussion. All in favor? Carried.
Mr. Chair,
Opposed? Okay, thank you.
could I just
Motion is carried.
ask one thing before we go to number 13.1? Maybe a question for Pat or Troy, or probably Brian is gone, but
Brian's
the
here.
one about the road allowance for the hollow, and it's going to be up to standards and that. Pat, if you remember months ago, I asked about, can we make sure we have in that agreement that there's a timeline? And I don't think there has been in the past, because there is an issue with one that's outstanding for Bevan Ridge for 3 years, that this guy has not done the work and it's just sitting there. And Troy, that was back in your day where before we had all these. I just want to make sure in that agreement with them that there is some sort of timeline that they have to get it done. And I don't care what it is, whether it's a year or two or whatever it is, but it just can't be left open-ended that they decide when they want to do the road work. Is that possible?
Yeah, so when we go to pass the agreement with the bylaw, then we'll make a notation in it, whatever the timeline council decides, if it's a 2-year.
Well, I'll leave that up to staff and Brian and Troy and them, the experts of what it is. It's just, I don't want the same thing that's happening right now with one where it's been 3 years and they've done nothing with it. Okay, thank you.
I think it's more, if we can take some advice from council, or pardon me, from staff, but council should make that.
Yeah, I agree.
rule.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'd like to do one thing when Brian's still there too. If he's still there,
Yeah,
yes,
he's
he is. The northwest ball diamond. There's been an awful lot of damage along that fence. And I know it's still a month away from ball, but that fence is really damaged and it's gonna need to be fixed because they're gonna start reasonably soon. I just wasn't sure if you were aware of that or not, Brian. Go ahead.
Yes,
Go
through
ahead.
you, Mayor Logan, yes. Oh, sorry. Yes, through you, Mayor Logan, yes. That's being looked at. And we'll be ready for baseball and that's already been talked with Matt Dickinson, our foreman, and the contractor to do the work. So that is scheduled to be done before, I think I don't know exactly when, but it is on schedule to be done.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm just wondering if we could take a 5-minute break. We've been at this for 2.5 hours for a
I
washroom
was
break.
just going to call,
Okay.
I need a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we take a 5-minute washroom break.
No, 10.
10 minutes, okay, 10 minutes is fine. If there's a lineup, that's
Can I get
fine.
a seconder? Moved by Councillor Booth and seconded by Councillor O'Neill. All in favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron Andrus has been inducted into AMCTO's Academic Roll Honor Roll, which recognizes academic high achievers from AMCTO's development programs. We believe that this is a tremendous accomplishment and should be regarded with pride by your municipality. To graduate from the diploma, Aaron Andrus has successfully completed the 4 elements: Municipal Administration Program, Municipal Accounting and Finance Program, Municipal Law Program, and Employment Law and Human Resources Certificate Program for municipalities. We hope that you and your colleagues on council will join us in congratulating Aaron on this significant achievement. And it's signed Dave Arkabicki, MPA, for the Executive Director. So on behalf of council, thank you very much and congratulations. And we whipped up this little certificate. No, there's.
What would you like me to say? Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. It was a lot of hard work and a couple of years in the making, but I appreciate the time and effort that ANH let me do to take these courses because they are online and through the day now. So some was independent work, assignments and everything else, but the actual classes were during the day. So I appreciate the time to be able to do those. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
Great job.
Thanks, Aaron.
Okay. I need a motion now to go back to the regular schedule, which will be 13. Mover and a seconder to go back to 13, moved by Councillor Ainsworth, seconded by Councillor Booth. All in favor? Motion's carried. And the first one is council report from Troy Gilmore, CAO, dated April 4th, 2023, regarding the water committee. Troy, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. Yes, this is started in November 25th, I believe, where council deferred the decision of this committee until they were, till all of council went and got certified through the Safe Drinking Water Act, which I believe you guys have done, completed, and passed. I haven't seen any of the grades, so I'm assuming you have all passed. So here we are, where we have to make a decision on this committee. Whether it's going to go forward or not. Ultimately, council is responsible for everything with the water. I will say that I have spoken to Lucy. They were sort of on the fence, and they thought that we do have overdid it a little bit, where they have other municipalities such as Coburg where they meet 3 times a year. Just with he goes to council or whatever, or provides a report. So it's ultimately council's decision whether you want to have the committee or not. And if not, we would make arrangements through Lucy to go through myself as CAO to bring the report to council. And we can make it whatever quarterly there, or 3 times a year. And if any upcoming issues occur, he can come to council at any time. So ultimately, it's council's decision whether you want this committee or not. So now that everyone has taken the course, you understand your responsibility. It's really a decision that you have to make. So I don't know if there's any questions you want to ask me, but
there could be.
Okay.
But first we'll read the resolution. Yeah. Be it resolved that the council of the township of Allen McCullough received the report from the CAO dated April 4th, 2023, regarding the water committee And further that council disband the current water committee, which consists of elected and non-elected members. And further that Lake Torrent Utility Services, Inc., Lucy, report to the CAO on a monthly basis or more frequently if required. And further that the CAO report to council on a monthly basis or more frequently if required. And further that all members of the council who are legislatively responsible for the Grafton drinking water system meet with the operator in charge on a quarterly basis to receive reports from the operator in charge so that they can be kept informed of the drinking water system. I mover to seconder. Moved by Councillor Ainsworth, seconded by Deputy Mayor Schober. Comments? Councillor Ainsworth?
Through you, Mayor Lobo. Yeah, I'm supportive of this, and but I would like to make a couple of comments that you know, because of the legal part of it and because of the safety part of it, it'd be nice to have a report every month. And I don't know, like, it would be nice to do a tour, and maybe, I don't know if council could split up, like, you know, one take June, one take May kind of thing, and go through the checklist with Lucy, just to familiarize ourselves with it, and again, you know, educating ourselves with it.
Okay. Anybody else got any comments? Deputy Mayor?
Through you, Mayor Logal. I'm in favor of keeping the community group. I think it's good to have a water user input into our system. And when I was reading the financial part of it here, financial impact, it does have that is on page 131. The 2 elected members on the committee. I have been attending and not been putting in for a remuneration for that meeting. The other thing is I think it could run just as smoothly the way it is. So I would be in favor of leaving it the status quo.
Thank you. Other comments? Go ahead. Councillor Booth?
Through you, your worship. I would vote against this. I believe we should keep the committee. I can understand Lucy maybe comparing it to Coburg, but Coburg, I believe probably everybody's on the water system. Here, it's unique that we have a township here that there's only a certain amount of people here in downtown, the hamlet of Grafton, that are on that. A couple of years ago, I might have voted in favor to disband it because we couldn't get volunteers for it, but we now have 3 dedicated volunteers that have a lot of knowledge about things. And we have some very frank discussions and things are discussed. And even yourself, Mr. Mayor, you were on it as a member of the public last year. And we had a lot of good discussions and we hashed things out. And I just think that if we get rid of that, we're going to lose a lot of that valuable input from them. But to me, it means that council's going to have to deal with it all then. And do we want to sit here and have 3-hour talks like we have with the water committee when it was done before? I just think it's a valuable committee, and I think that we have volunteers that want to put input into it. And I don't think it would be fair to the water users if we don't give them a voice to speak. My opinion.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mayor Calvin.
I have 2 observations on this. One, the water committee was also looking at the well project, and I think, as Councillor Booth has pointed out, it is good to have people who that's their focus and this is what they're fully engaged in. The second is, well, we just had about health and safety, but this looks to me a little bit like there is one person, the CAO. So the other, there's multiple people. Not that I, but if you were sick or something, it is the kind of thing I would hate to see get lost in the shuffle. That would be my observation on that.
Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor Logo. So when we took the course, the instructor touched on this and he said, get rid of the committee. not legal. And you're putting residents at risk. Because the bottom line is council is 100% responsible for this, and we should be, and we knew that after the course was done. So, you know, it's, I don't think that we should be putting residents in a position where they can get put in jail or they can get a $5 million lawsuit.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Logal, I don't recall that topic coming on our water training in Hamilton Township.
Yeah, I do.
Well,
That
Was
was
it-
with, Fred and Nigel, forgive me, I don't know their last names.
Fred Dean, Nigel.
Belchamber. Oh, how could I forget that?
It was a
That's
small
where-
part of it.
Yeah, that's where that discussion came. I don't recall it being on, in Hamilton Township. So, and if you read through, the documents, if we're acting in good faith and we have done our due diligence to put our people in place that are looking after our water system, I'm feeling confident that we shouldn't be coming abreast of any lawsuits.
Well, we aren't putting them in charge of the water system.
Well, not
We-
in charge,
Council is
but
Council is in
yes,
charge of the
council
water
is in charge.
system.
But with
Yeah.
them being on the water committee, I feel confident that they would not suffer lawsuits.
They
That
won't
they-
suffer lawsuits.
no,
You
no,
will,
big-
or
yeah,
we could, but
yeah.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, they aren't held accountable like council is. I have mixed feelings on this. I'm not sure that. I think they could be very supportive, especially when I look at how much we charge for the water today and how much we should be charging in order to. Pay for all of the expenses that could come forth. And I know we did a study there a couple of years ago.
Last year.
And they looked for 10 years ahead. Well, that's not where the expenses are. The expenses are ahead 20, 30, 40 years. And the fact that the fellow was saying the other day that this much today, in today's cost, this much is $25,000 to replace any of those lines. And we got, did you ever figure that out, Troy? No, I never did. I think I'm gonna say we got 10 kilometers, which would be average. So that's $25 million that we're gonna have to pay in the next 50 years, whatever. So we should be putting $500,000 and $50,000 away each year to pay for that. We aren't putting away anything.
but if I may, Mr. Mayor, was that not to replace the metal pipes?
No, that's all the lines under the
Big-
water,
But
under the feeders.
But because we are, I would assume we're mostly plastic, we're not talking about. When he was referencing that, he was referencing, I thought at the time, the metal pipes.
I don't know. I know that in talking with people that are involved in this, the plastic doesn't last near as long as the steel. Or metal, I should say, or whatever. Well, that's what I was told by an engineer. Councillor Booth.
I see what you're saying, Mr. Mayor, but you have to take that with a grain of salt too. All our asset management talks about roads and bridges and that. And it says, you know, you're on the hook for millions and millions of dollars. They did lay it out to say over the next 50 years that yes, within reason, nobody, even Toronto doesn't replace all their pipes all at once. So they might do like we're doing with roads. You might do a street down here and then next year another street or whatever. But to Councillor Ainsworth's remark there is we still as council are responsible. No matter what, Mike, it comes down to us in this room that are liable for it, right? But I think that the committee there, they discuss everything, they go through it, they're, you know, they don't make the decision. They just make a recommendation that comes here And in the past, myself and Councillor Mike are now the deputy mayor come here and we have to explain it to you. And this is what we think. And ultimately we make the decision. So to me, it's no different than the STR where you're having all these meetings and you're going to come and make a recommendation here. I could still vote against that recommendation and vote the way I want, right? And I'm still responsible for however council is. So I don't know. I just keep going back to, we have volunteers that want to do it. And I really think, to me, it's a slap in the face to them to go back to them and just say, you volunteered for it. Thank you for your hard work and you're done. And especially now when we're building a well. That for the next 2 years, he told us, is going to be a lot of stuff going on with the well and everything. And Councillor Ainsworth, anybody could, all of us, councillor, and I think that's a great thing that we can all go and tour the plant. Doesn't have to be the water committee. All of us can come. Lucy said that they'll take all of us and go and look at the plant and that to view things and to see what we're doing. So that's just my point. I would vote against getting rid of them, but it's at the will of the council.
Ready to call a vote? Not until somebody makes a motion.
I'll make a motion to allow Grit to have a minute.
I'll second that.
Thank you. All in favor? Gary? You want his?
That's part of your 1 minute already, Grit. 46, 37.
No, how does it turn on? 3 seconds or something.
Okay, I have to agree with what Councillor Booth said. We've got some volunteers that are keen and want to be a part of what's going on in the township, and there are more committees. And this council can have any committee they want. They can appoint any committee they want. Calling it illegal, I find that kind of strange. Secondly, I really think it's important that the users of the system know what's going on, because otherwise nobody can find anything on the website unless they're delving down into stuff. So they'll never know when a report comes up regarding water unless they're following all of the agendas. And I think having water committee separate gives that opportunity for people who do want to tune in to be able to follow along. Thank you.
Okay, we have a mover and a seconder.
Yes.
Who's that?
Council was moved by Councillor Ainsworth and seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover.
Okay, Councillor Ainsworth, Councillor Deputy Mayor Stover, any further comments? I have one further comment. If I would ask that Councillor Ainsworth, you consider a friendly amendment, and that if we decide to go ahead with that, all members of this committee will take the basic water training course. And they will learn the same stuff that we did. Would you consider that as a?
Yeah.
I'll second that if you like.
Okay. All in favor?
No,
Oh,
sorry. The motion was to disband the committee.
Right.
Oh.
Make sure you're voting on it.
You can't train people if you disband them.
Okay, thank you.
Already got them trained.
Okay,
Okay.
okay,
So maybe
yes,
on the second paragraph where it says further that council disband, maybe you want to change that to keep the current committee. And then the amendment that you suggested would be,
are you okay with that, Mike?
Or do we just vote it down and we?
yeah,
do
like either
something?
way, I don't care, but you can't do both.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta do one or the other.
Pardon me?
I think you have to do one or the other,
Yes,
right?
what would you like to do
Well, we should vote,
with your motion?
we should vote this, yes or no,
Yeah, okay,
whether we're gonna keep it or not.
well, your vote, your motion was no. So all in favor?
Excuse me, can I ask for a recorded vote too? Because this is very important.
Booth. Oh, first, sorry.
Pardon me?
I said you want to call the,
Yes,
sorry.
go ahead.
So this is a motion to disband, so my vote is no.
O'Neill,
No.
Ainsworth,
Yes.
Local,
No.
Stover.
No.
That motion is lost 1-4.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, could I make a motion that we keep the water committee the way it is, and we also ask that the public members on the water board take the water training that we received, which would be paid for, I believe, by the water committee, right? Or is it a township expense or would it come out of the water budget? Water budget. So however, but I mean, it's not that much. I think it's a couple of $100 each. There's 3 of them, so it would be 4
members.
public members. Thought there was 3. John Horback, Grit, Liam, oh, and Keith. Okay.
We must be limited at that then, are we? No. Do we have one we can do?
We could have upwards to 15, I think.
I think it's great. We have 4. We couldn't get anybody before, so I think it's fantastic. That would be my motion, yes.
Okay, can I get a seconder?
I'll second that.
All in favor? Carry.
Training? That was for the training, right?
And
to
water
point
board.
with the
Keep
training.
water.
Well, no, we weren't gonna do that. One was to get rid of the water committee, and if we're gonna keep them, then train.
Yeah, yes, so you've
Yeah.
already voted on the
Yeah.
disbanding of the water committee.
not
That
disbanding.
motion lost. And then now this motion was to keep the water committee and to provide them training paid for by the water.
Yes,
committee.
that we're gonna keep them, yes, they should be trained.
Okay.
All in favor? I think we got that, but we'll do is make sure. Carry.
Yeah.
Okay. That was. Next, we have 13.2, strategic plan update and timeline. Troy's gonna take us through that.
Well, Troy's gonna start,
Oh, is he?
then my partner.
Okay.
All right, to you, your worship. Yeah, so strategic plan update and timeline. So as you can see, by the chart with the times that we suggested, it would be nice to get the approval from council so we can get started on, getting out the stuff in the social media as we outlined in the report. So, yeah, really, we just want to make sure that council's good with the timelines.
We're in a seconder. Moved by Councilor Ainsworth, second by Councilor O'Neill. Discussion? Go ahead, Mary Catherine.
So we don't have the questionnaire in front of us. We do have one from a neighboring municipality, but I think saying either we're going to spend time at this meeting going through and adapting it to align with our discussion on March 7th, or my preference is that this comes back to us at our next meeting with that alignment already done. And that we move the time, at least for the distribution of the questionnaires, until 2 weeks from now then.
What date would that be?
14th.
14th.
No,
No,
the
it'd be
18th.
18th.
18th, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, because our
Are we gonna
minutes
get,
from
yeah,
March 7th are here, and they did identify some of the issues that we want to see, which aren't exactly the same as Hamilton Township. And then, of course, there's been other things raised repeatedly at some of the meetings that didn't come up March 7th, but I think, might fit into the questionnaire, including the hot button topics like STRs in the arena. So I think I would prefer to see the questionnaire aligned specific to our municipality before saying, yeah, go ahead and release.
And then brought back to council for further discussion and approval.
for the 18th, and then
Yeah.
hopefully get it back. Is it a month? Too much time or no?
It's not.
I think it was just be
weeks, isn't
tweaking at that point.
I'm just
and
asking.
Do this, the rest of it would be fine.
Yeah, and all I'm asking is 4 weeks, or pardon me, 2 weeks long enough for the public to fill it out or not? Maybe it is. I guess if they want to fill it out, they'll fill it out. If they don't, then they can file it. I'm just asking the question. You got a thought, Mary Catherine, or not? Maybe it is, maybe
Well,
it
we
is,
could
but-
move the April 7th back 2 weeks and the May 10th back 2 weeks, but that gives a fairly quick turnaround report, but then as Jennifer Steen, when she did the thing on Let's Talk, did show that it is quite easy
It
to
is.
pull those results, so maybe we could just move those April 7th back 2 weeks, May 10th back 2 weeks,
Yeah.
and still get the report from
Okay.
Let's Talk in that time frame.
Thank you, Mary Catherine. Going through it, is there, I didn't see it, but I'm probably missed it. Is there a chance for staff and council to sit down and have a good discussion, or is this a 4 hour time or not? Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead,
One-
go ahead, Pat.
Sorry. So when the CAO and I were talking, before we put it in the report of what we felt should happen, we thought maybe council wanted to have that discussion. So I wasn't sure whether or not council wanted to have an opportunity to discuss it with their staff prior to going out to the public. And then what you take to the public is not a final document, but a document that has information in it that at least the public know where you're going from. Sometimes you get criticized because you've already made a decision. Other times you get criticized because there's nothing there for them to look at. So in discussion with the CAO, we weren't sure how council wanted to handle that. So that's why we didn't put that specifically in the report, but we welcome discussion from council and direction, and then the CAO can update his report.
Mary Catherine?
I was actually gonna bring a motion forward on that
sorry.
issue after this one. And I wonder if we couldn't have, because when I look at the questionnaire that you sent me from Hamilton, I had seen another one that was a little more detailed where it was, so I'm wondering if there was, and I think it was Hamilton, it could be a blur, it might have been Brighton or somewhere else. But it was sort of, okay, so this is the consequence. Are you willing to take money from here to go there? So it was a little, so I'm wondering if it was that they did it in two parts, but I personally would like to see a questionnaire somewhat similar to what Hamilton has there, but adapted to be AH specific, and then get feedback on the document before we accept it would be mine. But I would like a timeline included for when we would do the SWOT analysis and the looking at the increasing and decreasing pressures. I was all excited when we talked about those things on March 7th, and then I'm like, where are they?
Can you
Well,
share that?
That's,
Can you share that questionnaire?
I sent it to everyone
Yeah.
last night. I forgot to attach it to the CAO.
Okay.
Because we had two questionnaires come in. One was basic, and then I received the other one after the CEO had prepared his report, and I meant to attach it and I didn't, so.
so I guess what I'm kind of
Trent
thinking
Hill
is,
has one
that's
open.
fine,
I'm
but I
not
just want to
sure
make sure
I'll
that we have
find it.
senior staff and council working on this
Yep.
together, not separated or having different thoughts, because it's got to be a whole team effort to put something together, and then, everybody following it. And if you're not following, then it falls apart.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got a mover and a seconder. Any further comments? Or, go ahead, Mary Catherine.
I moved it, so I'm going to amend the motion if I
Okay.
can then.
Yep.
Is that the best? So that we bring back on April 18th meeting, direct staff to bring back to the April 18th. A survey similar to the one from Hamilton Township, but made specific to Alnwick Haldeman, and also dates for the SWOT analysis and the increasing and decreasing pressures. And getting really long. And the staff, the timeline for a meeting where staff and council get to be shoulder to shoulder on this. One is governance and one is implementation. I have both.
All in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you, everyone. Make sure I don't miss anything. We got human resources done, committee reports, Grafton Communal Water Committee meeting minutes of January 25th. And the short-term rental ad hoc committee meetings of March the 8th. Did I get a mover and a seconder to put those on the table? Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Communications from AMCTO dated February 22nd regarding Aaron Andrus, graduate of AMCTO diploma in municipal administration with honors. Be resolved that the Council of the Township of Alvin Cullen received the correspondence from AMCTO regarding Aaron Andrus for graduating from the AMCTO's diploma in municipal administration program with honors, and further that the council congratulate and recognize Aaron for her successful completion of this program. Mover and seconder. Moved by Mary Catherine, seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. Further discussion? Yes.
If Erin's agreeable, can we put that to our social media, the picture of her and the mayor and her certificate, please?
Excellent. We don't need a motion for that, do we?
Not for the last.
Okay, further discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Correspondence from the Northumberland Christian School regarding a biannual dinner and auction fundraiser event. Be resolved, the Council of the Township of Alvin Cullen received the correspondence from the Northumberland Christian Society School regarding a request of a donation for a biannual dinner and auction fundraiser event, and further that council's direction is required. So if you're going to make a motion, I would like you to state your motion. Deputy Mayor Stover.
Through your mayor logo, I would make a motion that we do a donation and support this fundraiser.
Okay, what's your donation?
Do we have any money in that?
No money left in
No
ours.
money. But
Well, there was discussion.
No, we spent it all.
no.
Oh, we did.
Our discretionary fund under council is all gone. Pat, you want to make a comment?
I don't want to make a comment, but you're right. So we had the Haldeman, or sorry.
Oh, yes, $600.
Right.
Yes, yes.
And then there was also the Chamber of Commerce.
Okay.
Not that I'm against it, it's just where you're gonna get it from.
We did an Aldrich report.
What is the
What
fundraiser
about,
for?
What's that?
What is the fundraiser for?
for
Oh,
the
it's probably
school?
helping them with their school, I guess.
What about through the council wage section?
Well, first of all, what did you say? I didn't hear what you said for as far
How
as
much?
money.
I didn't say specify an amount.
Okay. So somebody else want to take the motion then and make them, you're gonna have to.
I could, all right, $100.
Okay. Are you a seconder for that? No seconder?
Can I just comment?
Yep.
Like, I'd like to know, like, is it for
can.
computers? Is it for
No,
like
it's for their
books,
stuff,
or is
others.
it?
Well, they
Actually,
got-
we really shouldn't be discussing it until we get a seconder, correct?
Yep, correct.
So can I get a seconder or not? Motion's defeated.
If we have, can I make another motion?
Yeah, I guess you can make another motion.
So what it says, and we provide information regarding the process for making applications for donations to this group
For the fall.
for the fall.
Yep. Good idea.
Good point.
Okay, there's your motion, seconder. Seconded by Councillor Booth. Further discussion? Yep, go ahead.
Can you explain that more, Mary Catherine?
we don't have any money right now, so there is a process in the fall that people can apply for donations and just send a letter saying we've already allotted all of the donations for this year. But our process in the future, should you wish to request again, is to apply in the fall.
That was seconded.
Yeah, that's good. Very.
Further discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Good. Next one is correspondence from the Township of Petrolia dated March 14th, 2023 regarding the future accuracy of the permanent register of electors. Be resolved, the council of the Township of Valmont received the correspondence from the town of Petrolia dated March 14th, 2023 regarding the future accuracy of the permanent register of electors. And further council direction is required. Did I get a mover and a seconder to decide what you want to do? What are you going to do? Joan? Are you going to
Well,
support? or-
I'll move to bring it on the floor.
Okay,
And I do think this is something pertinent to our municipality as well.
okay. Seconder? Second by Councilor O'Neill. Discussion? More discussion? Go ahead.
Well, I guess what they're looking for here is to look at the ways to be more accurate with the voting list. Is that how I read this? So I mean, how could you not support that?
Well, yeah, but what do you want to do when you do support it? You want to send it away or?
Yeah, a letter in support.
To who?
Wow. The Honorable Steve Clark.
Steve Clark, okay, Minister of Housing. Further discussion?
Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Municipal Affairs and Housing. Yeah. Further discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Correspondence from the town of Petrolia dated regarding a call for the provincial government to end homelessness in Ontario. Mover and a seconder. Moved by Mary Catherine. Seconded by Deputy Mayor. Mary Catherine, what do you want to do?
This also comes up later in our correspondence from the AMO, and I feel that we want to support this pamphlet from the AMO, so.
Yeah. This one says that they send it to Doug Ford. So is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Further discussion? All in favor that we send a letter to Doug Ford? Motion's carried. Correspondence, Canada Post dated March 9th, 2023 regarding development of municipal tax notices to the property owners of the township of Allenwick, Halden. And the next one is AMO Communications dated March 16th and March 23, 2023. And finally, the AMO CTO at advocacy update from the March 29th, 2003 provincial budget. Do you want to pull any of them out, or are you going to handle them all together? Mayor Stover or Deputy Mayor Stover?
Through you, Mayor Logo. I'd like to pull out the Canada Post
Okay,
for discussion.
okay. Seconder? Second by Councillor Ainsworth. Okay, what would you like to do?
Well, I would like, just a little clarification. Please be assured you will receive a response. Excuse me. To address the issues you raised. Did they give you a timeline?
We haven't received
No, this
anything
is the
yet.
only-
Someone know.
This is the only communication.
So it's time, maybe it's time we tickled them again.
I think I would tickle them. This was March 9th.
Nice way, but
Yeah, I think that we should have had a response back.
Yep.
In 2 weeks, so I would just, another letter, I was just
got it,
another
we
letter
got it.
going out.
we got a person to contact in Belleville, or did not give us a name for Belleville?
Well, the only name that we have is the name that's on there, that Mr. Eddington's, Eddingers.
And did he sign it or no?
No,
Susan
Susan
Thomas.
Thomas.
Yeah, but we have no way of contacting these people.
No,
Well, we do have Susan's.
Well, I guess we'll send it back to Susan saying we still are waiting for a response. And we need some help. Okay, so you're moving in second on that?
Yes, well, I moved it. I don't think I
Yeah,
can
so
second.
you seconded,
I would have done, yeah.
seconded by Councillor Booth. I don't know if we can certainly send the letter back. Maybe we should send the letter back, or do you want to discuss some of the other issues that we're having? with this?
Mhm.
So you had a seconder by Councillor Ainsworth.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Get tired. Yes, go ahead, Mary Beth.
And that, I should have requested the original letter, so I'm not sure what we're looking for a response, because we've got 3 issues with Canada Post. The sorting out with Golden Beach, the delivery of tax notices, and the delivery of
This was
the
tax.
election.
This was
Is
tax.
it the tax notice one?
Yes.
So
We haven't got a
I'm
response.
wondering if we should, in the letter, then indicate that we have other concerns and would appreciate having a person to talk to them.
I don't care whether we can do that, or I'd send a second letter.
Well, I think the second letter, definitely.
Yeah,
but it should
second,
say-
no, a second letter, 2 letters sent now. One because of the issues we're having at Golden Beach, and tell the guy we want to get in contact. We'll have to send it to this girl, but tell them we haven't got a response yet. And we need to get a response from Golden Beach and this other issue. Very good. Top, go ahead.
And further to Councillor O'Neill's comment about the election, so I think it was March the 9th, I received a voter's card back from the 2022 election. And it had their street address and a rural route on it. So why it took that long to be returned to the township, I don't know, but so we definitely have some problems with that as well. Yeah.
Okay, so we should probably, I don't know if the guy will come and talk to us, will he?
That would be my suggestion, if you could
Yeah,
get
that's
someone
good,
to actually come and talk to you. And also
Well,
I would
obviously.
suggest that you would copy the MP on it, because
Yeah.
that's who you initially sent your letter out to.
Yeah,
So. Sounds good.
so can you draft up something?
I
Pat?
certainly can.
I know you like doing that for us.
And I'll just update council on the Golden Beach thing. I've had 3 service requests on it, and trying to get anywhere with them. I've had no luck, so I don't know if what else we can do.
We'll pardon me, we'll do it polite way, as far as I'm concerned, this time, and contact the people we talked last time. And then the next time we get MP Lawrence here and say, what the heck is going on? How does that sound? Go ahead.
That
Rebecca.
sounds good. With UCA Fillmore. I know there was some discussion that it might be how they are designated by our municipality. Did we get any further on that question? Because it is sort of permanent mobile homes.
Yeah,
and
no, I haven't really got anywhere.
But
Yeah.
we have, could we, I guess, we have to wait to the planning meeting and direct the planner at
Yeah,
that point to look at that?
yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Sure.
Yes. Okay.
So we did approach the senior planner and asked her what that property, and it's all one lot. It's not individual lots, and that may be the issue. I'm not sure.
Golden
But I know-
Beach. Golden Beach, the whole 200 acres is all one piece of it.
So that may be the issue, but I don't know how they can do, like 6108 Curtis Point Road has numerous property owners on it, and they each have an individual unit assigned to them.
Yeah.
I know it's not quite the same, but it's similar, and I don't understand why they couldn't just put a box
And
at
I
the end of
don't-
the road.
I don't know if it's because they're not year-round residents either.
Be.
I've heard that in the discussion with the lower level person I've dealt with.
Yeah, and
So,
the first lady who phoned me, she was indicating that Canada Post had said that it was because they would designate it as one property, so they could
Yeah.
only have one mailbox. And so she's like, can you pass a bylaw that basically says this is, so she wanted us to write a bylaw that basically said,
Are they year round?
yeah,
Yeah,
the lady I was talking to had lived there for 22
And
years.
so maybe Canada Post is unaware of what's, year round and they're seasonal, if they just turned year round in the last few years, I don't know, but
But
yeah,
I,
go ahead.
sorry, I think according to the bylaw, they're only permitted to be there 10 months.
Yeah.
For one property or like one area, and then the other area is 6 months seasonal, yeah.
Well, we gotta get something done, so let's send them a letter and let them give us their problems, but we ain't gonna be able to solve it, I don't think. What about the other issue regarding $10? Is that?
Oh, you want to deal with this first?
Okay, which one, this one here?
Yeah, so you have a mover and a seconder that we write Canada Post.
Tell me
Glasses
if
on,
problems
and asked if we could have a representative meet with us, and 3 issues would be Golden Beach tax notices and election.
Yeah. All in favor?
Okay, now you can do what you like.
No, you wanna talk about this other one right now? I know there's some people that are still, I understand, having trouble getting their a tax bill. And when they come and ask for it, they can't get it. Is that true? Or not?
Maybe a suggestion too is Nicole's back, our treasurer is back next week. So she can provide a report on this entire situation. And that could be, we could do it in the evening, she'd come in the evening. And we can talk about it and give the treasurer direction or whatever. So I don't know, unless Pat had a different thought, but I'm just thinking, let the treasurer do a report. She'll do a report on everything that has happened and why it's happened and stuff, and just get it all on the table and then have that discussion if there's any direction.
Go ahead, Mike.
I would agree with Mr. Gilmore, but I would like to add that we waive the $10. So we're not frustrating residents even more because they didn't get something in the mail. And I would like to be able to do that today. If we could waive the $10 penalty fee for anybody that hasn't received a tax receipt in the mail and comes into the office to get a copy and they want to charge them $10.
We have to amend the bylaw because it's under the fee bylaw, and that was my notice of motion later. So we would vote to amend the bylaw, the fee bylaw, to allow people to receive their tax bill without having to pay the $10. Because they're going to get April, they're already waiting to get their next bill. And they
The
haven't
next
got,
bill is going out in June, I believe.
oh, they don't get an
June.
April bill?
Nothing's. been-
Oh, well, the April bill is tied into the one bill that was in February, so they don't have any of that information. So that's 2 bills they will
He
have.
does. Go ahead,
So I think what Deputy Mayor Stover is saying, we send out 1 bill in February,
yes,
and that has 2 installments on it.
yes.
So then,
Okay.
so the people, if they didn't receive the bill in February, would not know about the second installment because they haven't received it yet. And then our final bill goes out in June and it has 2 installments on it.
So when is the next bill, when are the next bills due? At the end of April?
I believe so. I don't know the exact date.
Go ahead.
Through your worship, I agree with what Councillor Ainsworth is saying, but could we not wait a week? It's $10 isn't going to break anybody, and I think it's better if we listen to exactly everything before we make a decision, because it could be different next week, right?
It's not next week, it's the week after.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it'd be 2 weeks, but that would give staff an opportunity to tell you exactly how many reprints we've done, because Kathy would know that. And then they also send out arrears notices, so the individuals that did not get a tax bill would have already received an arrears notice.
I just think it'd be important to get the whole story on the table through our treasurer, who's been dealing with this since the beginning. Get it all out there, and then the discussion and direction and stuff can come from there. She can provide all the exactly what has happened and
And plus you might have something back from Canada Post then, but I would suggest that the people that have contacted us to contact them to say, we are looking at it. Thank you very much. We're very concerned and it will be discussed and whatever the 2 weeks is.
18.
Indeed. Well, if you listen to, Pat and I had the opportunity to listen to Kathy there one day last week, and it's not the $10 too, but it's also people that are paying, that have more than one property, and have 2 or 3 properties, and they come in and, just for example, one the tax is 100, one's 150, and one's 200, and they take the $350 and pay it all in the one tax bill. And then the other 2 are not paid because they didn't pay it to the proper tax property. And that's confusing people all the hell, apparently. Isn't that what you said?
Yeah, so it's people who pay online, if they don't check off the different roll numbers when the payment comes in, if it's for roll number 1, 2, 3, and they've got 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, 9, those other ones don't get credited if they don't list it on their automatic.
So what you
transfer.
get is a balance of extra money in the one and a delay in the other 2.
Which is why I think it's even more important to let's get the whole thing from the treasurer and then we do it once. And if it's already gone out and it's done and we're not until June, then another 2 weeks, I don't think is gonna. But I would communicate with these people that have brought it up to us to say, we're looking at it and we'll have it resolved one way or another in a couple of weeks or whatever.
And I think we can, right here with Troy being here, he can convey it on to Nicole, but here's the directive that we've made today that we want to report with all the issues on 18th.
I was just gonna make a motion. I'm not sure if we've got one on the floor. Nope. I'll make a motion then that through CAO Gilmore, we direct the treasurer to bring a full report, the implications of the charges for residents, any things that can be done to the system. She might not have all of this quite, to make it work better for staff and for residents.
I'll second.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Oh, I just had one further discussion. Madam Clerk, when you mentioned, you didn't say delinquent accounts. People are now going to be receiving letters saying they haven't paid their property taxes from February. But if they didn't get the February tax bill, they won't get the delinquent notice either.
Possibly.
So that will be,
We'd have to look into that.
yeah, and then I think it would be a moot point. But anyway, anything we can do to get people to get their tax bills so they can pay them, it's a win-win.
Agreed. Mike?
I just want to go back to this $10 because it's, I probably had 10 calls on this. And on those 10 calls, multiple people that they're speaking for.
Multiple, I didn't catch that.
Like multiple people they're speaking for. And it could be 2, 3, it could be 5 or 4, but to come in here and get the receipt and then get charged for $10 for something that's not their fault. That's kind of, and they can probably afford the $10, but it's the point of it. So is there not something we can do? I know we'll get the report in a couple of weeks, but if you have 10 more people come in that front door and have to pay $10 for something that's not their fault.
Whose fault is it?
It would be the post office fault, from what I'm understanding, but at the same time, you got to look at it as a residence, right? They're coming in here. They're actually coming in here to say, hey, where's my bill? Well, give me $10 and I'll give it to you. So can we not waive the $10?
The other thing I wanted to mention is, if someone were to come in and say, how much do I owe? And we were to tell them how much they owed for their May installment. At that time, staff would also let them know what the next installment is. And they would get a receipt. If they paid the March installment, they would get a receipt so that they would have that. But you're right, if they want the actual tax bill that sent out currently, because of the bylaw, they would be charged the $10 reprint.
So I like your first part. If staff could explain that to them when they're coming in, say, hey, this is how much you own. And to tell, council and staff figure out what's happened. So here's what you owe. And they can pay that and your bill will come to you after, in the next couple of weeks or however we're gonna fix this up. So your first part, I like, that explanation would probably go a long way.
I don't know, because I don't sit out there, but I'm sure that the staff are explaining that. I mean, that's how they explained it to the mayor and myself, so I'm. sure
Not
that
what I've
they-
heard.
Okay. As
We
I
can
said,
communicate that with
yes.
staff.
Yep,
That's what I heard too. But that's what they're doing.
And anybody that's paid will reimburse them the $10 if that's what council decides in 2 weeks, right? And I think we're all along that line is we don't think it's right. And yeah, it might not be our fault, but for $10, it's better for, for us to be dealing with it with the residents that.
So
Well, I'd
if,
really like to know exactly what we're paying and shove it up that post offices. Stuff it in.
the mail slot.
Yeah.
Stuff it in the mail, stuff it in the mail.
But if Madam Clerk, if we could have that explained to them, I think that would be a,
That's a good point.
Mr. Mayor, as well with the report from the treasurer, could we have the amount of residents that have not paid their taxes?
Well, okay.
Or the thing is, I'm trying to see how many people have been affected by not getting their tax bill.
Okay, go ahead, Pat.
so we know in Grafton that 171 bills were returned to the Grafton post office. And that was like 2 weeks after we had done the initial mailing. But
And
we
what
don't.
we're done with it.
So we would have, if we have new addresses or if, because,
It's 171, where are they? That's what.
so they would have came back to the office after they
Okay.
let us know.
Yeah,
And then we would have tried to track down those people and either readdress them
okay.
and send them back out. So,
So it'll be interesting to know how many's left of that
Yes.
171.
171.
And do you think, and I think Kathy, or we kind of talked, even I maybe, that we don't know how many's in Colborne, we don't know how many's in Warkworth or Baltimore or Castleton is another post office, yes.
but I can tell you that I did contact Rose Neef and that individual had told me that there weren't any that were returned and sitting at his post
Oh,
office.
that's
So
good. Maybe it's just drafted.
I don't know.
No, I know people up my way who have a Baltimore address and up Roseneath Way. Roseneath addresses who don't have theirs.
They don't have theirs.
They do not, but they are in fact.
Are they contacting the township?
Yes, they both
Okay,
have.
so we must have we got a list of you? When we started
She
this?
would have. those-
Okay. Okay, I'm a little bit confused. Are we okay then? Oh, we did have a mover and a seconder.
Yes.
All in favor? Carried. We're gonna jump into bylaws.
No.
No,
no,
we're just
you're
gonna-
right.
oh, yes, we've got two.
AMO
We've
and
got
AMCTO.
AMO and the AMCTO. Did I get a mover and a seconder for these?
To receive and file.
Moved by Councillor Booth, seconded by Councillor O'Neill. To receive and file, any comments? All in favor? Motion's carried. Now can we go to bylaws?
Please.
Bylaw number 35, 2023, being a bylaw to authorize the signing and execution of a development agreement between the Corporation of the Township of Belmont and Eugene McGuire to extend the Brayley Bradley Hollow Road allowance by approximately 125 meters north of County Road 22. Be it resolved that the bylaw 35, 2023 being a bylaw to authorize the signing and execution of a development agreement between the Corporation of the Township of Allen McCalderman and Gene McGuire to extend the Bradley Hollow Road allowance by approximately 125 feet north of north of County Road 22. Be read and deemed to be passed this 4th day of April 2023. Mover and a seconder. Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, second by Councilor Ainsworth. Any discussion? All in favor? Carried. Bylaw number 37. 2023 being bylaw to authorize the signing and execution of an engineering service agreement between the Corporation of the Township of Allen McCalderman and the Greer Galloway Group Incorporated for the Grafton Water Supply Upgrade and Production Well PW1 replacement. Be resolved that bylaw number 37, 2023 being a bylaw to authorize the signing and execution of an engineering agreement between the Corporation of the Township of Allen McCalderman and the Greer Galloway Group Incorporated for the Grafton Water Supply Upgrade and Production Well PW1 replacement be read and deemed to be passed this 4th day of April 2023. Mover to seconder. Moved by Councilor O'Neill, second by Deputy Mayor Silver. Any discussion? All in favor? Carried. Bylaw number 38, 2023, being a bylaw to amend bylaw 07, 2023 to appoint members to all the boards of committee for the Township of Allen McCalderman for the term of 2022 to 2026. Being it resolved that bylaw number 38, 2023 being a bylaw to amend 07, 2023 to appoint members of all boards and committees for the Township of Allen McCalderman for the term 2026 22 to 26 be read and deemed to be passed this 4th day of 2023. I can move in a seconder for that. Moved by Councilor Ainsworth, seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. Questions? Pat?
So before you call the vote, you had brought to my attention that council will be reviewing that committee and whether or not the council wants to support it in the future. So does it make sense to appoint your non-elected person for a 4-year term if you're going to pull out of that organization? For 2 years and it should for each of them. That's what I'm suggesting, yeah.
That makes sense. And then to review it, it'll all make a decision on what we do next fall, right? Or this fall.
And then we're in for another year after that, so that would be 2 years.
Yeah.
So how do we amend that then?
So we'll just amend it to instead of 2022 to 2026, be 2022 to 2024.
Okay. 22 to 22, 23 or 20, okay.
24.
Okay.
Lori, I'm gonna be a stickler. I don't think we want to be changing it up there because it ties to the other bylaws, right? Wouldn't it be that we have the appointments that shall coincide with the term of council's involvement with this committee? Unless otherwise specified?
Yeah, so on the actual bylaw where we've got Ms. Cole's name, we could put for the term of 2022 to 2024.
Yeah, I think.
And then
that
it
makes
doesn't
more
affect the
sense.
rest of them, yeah.
Good point.
So, I'm not sure is this for all of the committees or just the
No,
one?
Just that one.
This is amending our normal bylaw, but the bylaw that appoints everyone to the committees. You just specify that this one appointment is for 2022 to 2024.
Okay.
It will resolve the issue.
And will you just notify Grit? I'm sure just to tell her that the reason why it reads for 2 years is because it'll depend on council.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Probably can't be done, but any chance we can put on the 2 people for Canada Day at the same time? Okay, sorry.
We're gonna try. I could do it on the 18th.
We have to do that for For ad hoc as well?
We did for the short-term rental.
Okay. I think
Now-
We should be consistent,
Yes.
but maybe we should be considering whether we need to do that. Okay. Okay, so, yes. All in favor? Opposed? Moving on. Bylaw number 30, pardon me? Oh, I got the last one. Okay, Counselor Booth. No
Nothing at this
motion.
time.
I'm sorry. Yeah. My opportunity, keep the county clean is coming, I believe it's the 17th. I have put a notice onto my monthly report or memo that I think I talked to Greg, but I didn't talk to everybody else because I saw Greg at the time, but I offered that members of council, if people wanted to call a member of council, that we would assist, not call a member of council, I'll take that back, contact the staff. And if they wanted help to do their road, we would, if there was somebody available, we would go and help them with their road.
Oh, you mean to pick up the garbage?
Yeah, just as a support of those people. So if you get, Susan will be taking, if anybody comments or asks them, then she'll take it, and if you want to go, then you can go, and if you don't, then that's fine too.
So this is just council picking up.
No, this is the people on the road that are going to pick up their stuff. But they'd like a council member to come out there and help.
Two of us are at Good Roads.
Oh,
Two of us are at Good Roads on 17.
yeah, but this is the whole week.
Okay.
Hurry up, get.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, no, through you, Mayor Logan. No, it's a great idea, and I will be out cleaning up our road as I usually do. And do we leave the bags on the side of the road still?
Yes, the same process.
Same process?
Same process every other year.
Okay.
And then our maintenance guy and Public Works will go around and pick them up. So, yep, same
I think the only difference this year is Diane's handled it in the past.
Yeah, Diane has done a great job for years and years. This year she's assisting with Susan. Susan's going to be Susan out at Public Works. She's going to take the lead, but Diane's pretty close by if needed. So Susan has all the supplies and everything. If you have any questions, just contact Susan.
So can residents pick up in Roseneath their bags and gloves and stuff also in Centerton also?
I believe that Diane may have some back there to make it easier for the Roseneath residents. So
Yeah, that'd be good.
if not, I will make sure of that.
Good.
Yep,
And they can call here too, I believe.
that's correct. Yeah, we'll have some. I think stuff is in here as well. So
Oh, good.
all three locations.
And do we just call Susan then to say that the bag is there, or?
That usually does help. That way the bag is not there over an extended period of time. In
Well, you
case-
just don't want the town driving over every road when there might be 25 locations instead of.
So in the past, we usually had notification, and then we usually just send a text to our maintenance guy, and he's out and about for Public Works. So, okay, yeah, thank you.
Final thing I would just one more comment on was the Civic Awards. I'm not sure how many we've got in yet. I would expect we've got none, but one that I was talking about with Troy this morning, where we have an award put out down there for COVID responder or something, outstanding in COVID. I'm not sure if that's relevant anymore, but I guess if somebody puts one in, then we'll accept it, but I think that should be taken down unless something changes.
What
And
was the date for the deadline for the Civic Awards?
I don't know if we've gotten one. I don't know, but I'm wondering, and the only reason I'm bringing it up is the other thing that I think we should be considering, if it's not too late, or if it is too late this year, for next year, but an outstanding award for, and that's how we go, for tourism and agriculture.
There's one or
Specific.
two.
one of each, just for consideration. Because we've already put it out, so it's probably not gonna go this year, but after that, it might be a great thing. That's all I have, Deputy Mayor.
To your man, Lobo, I have a notice of motion here, and it reads hereby file a notice of motion to be included on the agenda for the next regular meeting of council, which is scheduled to be on April 18th. Today's date. And under the following agenda heading, subject will be fee schedule bylaw number 14-2022. To have the bylaw number 14-2022 brought forward to discuss fees charged at fees charged.
When was that bylaw last updated?
In 2022.
To a full year ago? Okay.
I would
Probably
second.
should be on an annual basis, that's for sure. Hopefully we don't have it within 6 months of the previous one. Okay, thank you. Anything else?
I just need a seconder.
I would second that.
Oh, you have to have a second?
Not for a notice.
Oh,
No, I don't think
Just
so.
when you get it, when it comes back.
oh, when it
Next
comes
time.
back.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Anything else, Joan?
Not at this moment. Thanks.
Councillor Mike.
The candidate parade. Just want to bring every council up, and if I miss anything, I'm sure Council O'Neill will fill me in or fill us all in. But we've it's, you know, it's a go. We had a quick meeting last night on the phones with myself and Mary Catherine and Debbie McBride and Diane. Yes. So just getting together where we want to go and how we want to start this. And so, you know, we'll be looking for support from council, you know, and at maybe different times, especially with staging and the parade and stuff. I think we've sent the letter in for the OPP, Mary Catherine.
Order of operations and all these things, so we need the
Yeah.
insurance letter and the to attach to the application to the county, which Jennifer Steen is going to take care of for us, and then the letter goes to the OPP, but both Mayor Logal and Debbie McBride gave a little heads up, so they're ready for our letter when it arrives. And what we had last night was sort of an introduction to our shared working document, which is on Google Docs, and we're just putting in names and initials beside different activities. So we're gathering Diane's list, Jennifer's list, and anything the rest of us think to add to put on there, but it's a shared document. So we kind of went through what that looked like last night. So we're getting it.
And just so you
So we're-
know, I sent something to Jennifer that I received back from the county this morning on the exact persons that they're supposed to get a hold of. And I also talked to the OPP this morning, and yep, they're saying get it all ready and it shouldn't be a problem.
Good stuff.
Just keep in mind, departments too, obviously fire
Yep.
would love to be in it if it's
Yep.
so would public works, so.
Yep, we're gonna put a list together for floats. We're gonna reach out to people and, you know. So, you know, we want to reach out to Olduville First Nation and see if they want to be part of it. Maybe put a float in or having you know, put on something at the arena. So, we're looking for suggestions and we're off and running.
That's early this time. That's the 25th.
Yep.
June 25th.
Anything else?
Nope.
STRs, can you give us an update? Are we ready to go?
Well, so STRs, actually, you know, I'm quite happy with the way it's going. And we're starting to like this meeting tomorrow night, we're putting together so Jennifer has taken our bylaw and kind of highlighted in areas where we want to either, you know, change it or insert something from another bylaw. So we're going to go through that tomorrow. And, you know, we're hoping the next couple of meetings, we'll have this ready to come back to council.
One more after tomorrow's?
Maybe two, maybe three. So counting tomorrow, maybe three, I'm hoping that we can get it done and get it back to council.
not be in time for?
No.
You want,
Well-
Not at those times.
pardon me?
I mean, we've been going 2 weeks about, so it, you know, maybe if we can meet the end of April, we could throw an extra one in there, maybe a week, depending on how fast we can get our stuff turned around, but we've done it before, so.
Do you need that to, I guess, do you need that? But we go ahead with meetings if we haven't got our stuff turned around. Like, is that possible or not? So I know, I'm sure we're putting a lot of pressure on Yolanda.
Yeah, so the challenge is Yolanda helps do all the agendas for council meetings.
Okay, I've done the solution.
So-
Cancel council meetings.
I'm in favor of both.
No, I would say it's going well, and we've got a lot of good conversations. People have brought a lot of good ideas and stuff together, and we've got a good group there. I think we're doing okay.
I'm just a little bit concerned, the longer we take, the more pressure we're gonna
Yep.
put on bylaw and everybody else to continue on as
I-
best they can, but.
Yep.
If I'm interject, I can't, if things are laid out clearly, I can't see that we need more than 2 more meetings. I would not be in favor of, if you need to squeeze a third one in, I cannot see that we would need 3 meetings.
Could be.
I actually would say 2, because we're just finding sometimes we're rehashing the same things. If we can see what documents that are coming forward, the committee, I think, has to be aware that they might, if they want to go to the middle of May, then the whole season will be shot.
Mhm.
And we'll be having meetings for, I really think time is of the essence. I would like to suggest 2 more, but we will see how tomorrow night.
Yeah,
goes.
so,
No, you're
and the other
working
thing
on
we've done is we've went to a 3-hour meeting instead of a 2, so that helps.
Yeah,
So, you know, we're moving along.
good. We'll be thinking of you.
Good.
Thank you.
Mary Catherine?
We didn't have the minutes come forward for the Recreation, Culture and Community Development, but Jim McCormick is the vice chair. And Ruth Corsi has stepped up and is going to lead us in a goal setting activity at our next meeting. So I'm looking forward to that. And with the public speaking, the 3 who won here in Grafton advanced on to the next level. 2, the primary and the intermediate students both got 3rd, but the junior age student, the girl grade 4 to 6 who won overall in Grafton, also won overall there, so she is advancing to the next level. And
Was
4-H
that
wrapped
Peru?
up for another season as well, so very much appreciate that council supported the use of the facility for 4-H. It was a great group.
Thank you. You brought up your minutes from the rec club, and I was wondering where they are, but I haven't seen any, and so I'm glad to hear you're doing that. Have we got any from the library yet? Have we?
Yeah,
we did
last.
Okay. Okay,
I
I
think your
missed
next
them.
meeting's on Monday.
okay.
Yeah.
I just haven't, I don't recall seeing them, but
Yeah.
I'm sure you're way ahead of me.
Yes.
Okay, it is 5 o'clock. I would like to
Oh,
stay
you
for another
did-
half an hour, but
you
that's-
didn't, did you get?
Well, we got closed session.
Yeah.
yeah, I know. Well, I'm just looking to see who's here, and my left-hand man here is telling me that.
Yeah, Daryl unfortunately had to leave for a family matter. He thought council would be a little bit quicker, so he's not here. So, and I don't think, I think Daryl needs to be here to talk about bylaws, so that needs to be put on the shelf or.
We can hold it on the 18th. Can we?
If I may, Mayor Lobo, I think that there are a couple of things here we need to discuss in camera or in a closed session. I would hate for us to not touch base on that. So whatever we can touch base on, I would, whether
Okay.
we dance on the issues and then come back for another meeting next week or
Okay,
this
we'll go into
week.
closed. Yep. A motion to go to, motion to recess to closed session? that the council of the township of Allen McCollum be recessed to a close under section 239 to consider personal matters about an individual, identifiable individual, including municipal staff, or information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board by Canada, a province or territory or a crown agency of them, and a portion, position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instructions to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, and relative to the review of bylaw infractions, a lease agreement with the Roseneath Alderville Society, and a road agreement with Alderville First Nation with the CAO chief building official, bylaw enforcement officer, clerk, and deputy clerk remaining in attendance at 5 p.m. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Ainsworth, second by Deputy Mayor Stover. All in favor? Carried. Okay.
So just so you know, we are entitled